sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
He's got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Six players have so far reached the second phase of the first world ranking event of the new snooker season. Today, two more will advance here at Leicester's Mattioli Arena. Welcome everyone to day 4 of the BetVictor Championship League. Now, this is a 128-player tournament, initially featuring 32 4-player groups. Each of the group winners goes through to the 8 group second phase, and the table toppers there advance to finals day on July the 23rd, when the overall champion will be decided. So, how are the groups sorted out? Well, it's a pure round robin. 3 points for a win, 1 for a draw. All matches best of 4 frames. The other tiebreakers are frames difference, head-to-head, and occasionally high breaks. As for today, over on table 2, it is Group 28, featuring Ricky Walden, Rob Milkins, Chang Bing-Yu and Stephen Hallworth. You can watch every ball potted on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel, and of course we'll keep you right up to speed with every development. Here on table 1, the focus of our attention, it is Group 9, headlined by China's Wu Yize and also including India's Krish Gubazani, England's Craig Steadman and Hong Kong's Wang Yuchen. Up first, it's top seed Wu against Steadman. Let's get the ball rolling and let us introduce
the first frame. Craig Steadman.
My co-commentator Dominic Dale.
Yes, a very good afternoon everybody. Craig Steadman breaking off for the first of our potential 4 frames. Very tough match this, I'd have to say, for Craig Steadman. He's playing Wu Yize, former 2-time ranking event finalist, 21 years old now, ranked 20th in the world. Very exciting player, very capable player, and a very quick player.
Foul. Craig Steadman 4.
Unlucky to go in off, but having cut that red into the centre pocket, still a good start. You know you're cueing well when you cut these in.
Foul. Craig Steadman 4.
Craig Steadman eyeing up this long straightish red. Now does he hold for the black or does he stun up for the blue? It looks as though he's going to hold for the black, so there's risk attached to this. No, he did go up for the blue.
Never played before these two. Obviously Wu is a big favourite. He's been practicing quite a lot last night and already this morning, here with his father, I notice. And Wu was involved in one of the most entertaining, in fact thrilling finals of last season. He was beaten by Neil Robertson, but what a match it was. Robertson dominated the first session. Wu came roaring back, and in the end, Robertson was very fortunate. Had a fluke, and that launched a frame and match-winning break to win 9-7. English Open final at Brentwood.
9.
All of the top players understand how good Wu is, how good he can become. You know, Alan McManus is a great student of snooker, a wonderful analytic brain about the game. And many years ago, he said to me, watch out for this Wu Yize. He just was convinced he was going to be something special, and I think Alan's right.
Yeah, when you analyse somebody, first thing you do is to look at their
24.
technique and cue action. And you can quickly see whether it's a sort of technique and cue action that will stand the test of time. It's easy to think that with Wu Yi's. It's a very fluent, smooth cue action. It's very straight. He keeps very still on the shot, and the rest of his technique's very good too. Got a good stance. And then after that, you tend to look at the way they play the game. Are they natural potters? Are they natural break builders? Do they have that degree of talent that you need to see in somebody? And again, there's no doubt Wu Yi has all of that.
30.
Already the break goes to 30. Nice angle on the black to stun up into the 4 reds if he wishes to.
Yeah, players can tell almost immediately. It was very interesting last night, if you were with us for the concluding match, Matthew Stevens and Ryan Day, which Stevens won 3-1 to top the group. You might recall
13.
I spoke with him afterwards, did a little interview for the broadcast, and unprompted, I hadn't brought the subject up, he was full of praise for young Lan Yuhao, who made a 1-4-2 break yesterday. And it was clear that Stevens
46.
thinks he's got a big future as well.
47.
Yes, and Lan Yuhao is actually only 16 years old. Also very tall. He has 4 or 5 years more growing left in him yet. Wu Yi's taller still. He's over 6 feet, as you can see.
54.
But hopefully, from his point of view, he's finished growing. He's 21 years old now. Wu Yi's an experienced player.
54.
He'll be hoping for good things this season. Though he did lose his match in the Wuhan Open 5-2 to Leicester's Louis Heathcote, so that would be a disappointment.
Yeah, I think there were lots of promising signs for Heathcote last season. Scored a lot heavier, and he scored reasonably in that match, making breaks of 117 and 69. David Hendon was telling me last night that Heathcote's being coached by Anthony Hamilton, and
57.
now there's a wise old owl.
Yeah.
Well, this frame's over already.
65.
One mistake from Craig Steadman when missing the red to the right corner seems to have cost him.
66.
Already a chance of a century break in this, the very first frame.
$72. 73. 79. 80.
If you were with us late yesterday, you might know that Yuan Sejun completed his run to a group win with 3 centuries in his many frames. That was over on table 2
87.
to complete play. And now over on table 1 to start play today. Another 3-figure contribution could be in the offing.
$88.
Left himself the perfect angle on the pink to stun up for the last red, or even try to remove it from that side cushion.
$94. Ruiz, 94.
Thought
On the
that
first
might
round.
just have a little bit of a chance, but it refused to drop. And so Wu Yize is denied a century, but no, certainly he is not denied the first frame of the day. A very good start.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Welcome back, everyone. That was a really bright start from Wu Yize, and also I can tell you a really bright start from Ricky Walden on the other table. He's taking on the very dangerous Chang Bingyu. Chang was 43 in front, made an error. Walden cleared up with 70 odd. So Walden 1, Chang 0. What a good group that is, by the way. Stephen Hallworth, our commentary colleague, is involved a little later. And also Rob Milkins, former Gibraltar and Welsh Open champion. There's an argument to say that's the toughest group of the lot at this phase. Obviously, Milkins and Walden are well known. Chang Bingyu, not so, but I'll tell you what, he's a really heavy scorer.
Well,
Again, just beautifully struck by Wu Yize. Shame he didn't make the century in that previous frame. I think he potted the red. It just came out from the cushion rail just about an inch, and it wobbled because of it. That's a good blue. There's a natural angle to play for the red to the right corner. Now the big question is, does that black pot to the left corner, or is that red in the way? Wu Yize is just coming around to have a look. If not, the pink is available into the left centre. Oh, but that black does look on from here. And it is. Beautiful angle to screw into the pack of reds here. You always have to be careful that there isn't a plant to a centre pocket or anything like that. Decided to play for a loose red instead. And if he can leave himself just high on the black, he may be able to cannon that red away from the black spot just to
40.
make things a little easier.
22. $23.
Played that very nicely. He had the perfect angle on the black to screw into the reds, but not directly into the red above the black, and that's why they've opened so nicely. And as long as he can still cut this red in next to the cue ball, he's okay. He's been a little unfortunate, all told. I think he could have been in a much better position than this.
Yeah, as that red and white were coming back, we would have been hoping that the white stopped before the red did, but basically it was a simultaneous halt. Well, not a great amount of separation between object ball and cue ball. He was really deft with that one. And again, frame at his mercy.
$36. $38. $45. $46.
Certainly has the feel of the table, the response of the cue ball upon this beautiful bedcloth. Cueing beautifully.
54.
Craig Steadman yet to pot a ball, hasn't really had a look in yet.
And in these short matches, this can happen. We saw it, as I mentioned before.
60.
Yuan Sejun completely monopolising scoring against Sanderson Lamb last night.
62.
I was mentioning he was involved in that dramatic English Open final last season, also got to the final of the Scottish Open as well. Semi-final of Wuhan in 2023. And this after first making his mark on the international scene, winning the World Under-21 Championship
67.
in 2018, aged 14. Now that takes some doing.
68.
Already safe in this frame. Delicately played Cannon, but he's taken his eye off the blue.
Louisa 68.
And isn't that always the case? But just one snooker required.
Louisa 68.
So Craig's intention will be to get an opportunity, remove as many reds as possible with high value colours to give himself the chance of getting that one snooker. It's very hard to get a snooker when there's so many reds still left on the table.
I'm going to emphasise the fact that this is coincidence. There's no reason for it at all. No deficiency with the table or playing conditions. It's been one of those weeks so far where we've seen an awful lot of blues off the spot missed. And when you think about the the angle the blue off its spot into a middle is going into it. I think it's the widest pocket entrance you can have. The most consequential was Zhao Han Yang. He was on the verge of a win that could have given him top spot in his group. He missed the blue. This was on day one. Yao Peng Cheng cleared up to get a 2-all draw, and eventually he topped the group and Zhao finished last.
Craig Steadman, 42 years old now, from Farnworth, although he doesn't live in Farnworth now, he lives in a village about 10 minutes away. Unranked at the moment, but he has been world number 66 9 or 10 years ago. Something's just occurred to me about Craig actually. I played him in the World Seniors only about a month ago, and I remember the tip that he used, and it was honestly, it was like a bit of 2x4. It was the most extraordinary tip I think I've ever seen. It was massive.
Yeah, so if you're thinking, well, he's not a member of the tour anymore, Craig Steadman, how's he playing in this? Well, not all members of the tour decided to enter, so in fact 24 players of the Q School Order of Merit got an opportunity, and Steadman is one of them. In fact, another one of them, Alfie Burton, is already a group winner. We've had a re-rack over on table 2. Unsurprisingly, the reds all congregated around the black over a pocket, and eventually the two players nodded to restart. Yeah, I was talking about that Scottish Open final, Dom. Wu Yize lost out to Lei Pei Fan. And given what he'd achieved before in the game, I think Lei's triumph was one of the most surprising in a world ranking event ever. Up there, for me, with the likes of Fan Zhengyi winning the European Masters. Source of annoyance that red would have killed things off. Mind you, he's in no great rush. Wu Yize, when you're the top seed, you play the first match at noon. You're not required again until 5 o'clock this afternoon, so not as though he's trying to win quickly to give himself a break. He's got a lengthy enough break as it is.
Craig still hasn't potted a ball yet. Is he going to take this long straight one on into the yellow pocket? Appears so. If it doesn't go in, almost certain to lose the frame. Oh, great pot. As I say, it had to go in. You can see how easy the red to the right centre would have been for his opponent. He'd have probably conceded had he missed that, Craig Steadman. But that's the first ball that he's potted in this match so far, and he's in with a chance to eradicate some of this deficit.
Yeah, and looking with optimistic goggles on here, by potting the blue, he'd be 62 adrift. 59 on, so still only one snooker required.
6.
Yes, if he can, he'd probably like to remove all 4 of these reds with blacks if he can. Certainly 2 of them shouldn't be a problem. If he can leave himself somewhere near bulk for the red to the right centre, That would free the other one up next to it, and he could still maintain position on the black, so I'm sure that's his intention.
7.
So he's a little straight on this black, so we have to power this in to make sure he's high on the red next to the pink. Is that hard enough? Yes, that's okay. So he needs again to leave himself pretty parallel to the black to stun up for the red closer to that right centre. And the cue ball then will need to be somewhere near the yellow to be able to cut it in and hold for the black. He's looking at lining up a plant there. I don't agree with that shot, because if he does make the plant, it would push the other red towards bulk, and that wouldn't be ideal. Well, I am surprised. The plant shouldn't be difficult, and he can play for the black from this. Problem is, the red that he's going to play first is going to deflect off the other red and possibly go into bulk. Well, he's okay. He's pushed the red into a more difficult position, so it will probably be the case now that Craig Steadman will just pop the black and leave that red on the table to try and get a snooker. It doesn't really matter. It's just that if he does get the snooker, he'd need to pot the red and get onto the black from it to still be able to win with the one snooker. So let's just see where this finishes. Yeah, it's no good. He won't attempt the pot on the red.
30. Craig Steadman, 30.
Decent contribution from Craig, and the snooker that he's laid is actually a good one, because I think both brown and yellow could cause a problem here for Wu Yize. Brown is right in the way of the right hand cushion that he wants to contact to hit the red, so he's having to look at this left hand side of the table. And this cue ball's going to have to travel a lot further, and there are big gaps around that red. This is no easy escape.
It wasn't easy, but he made it look so. Psychologically, Wu's in one of those situations where he's got nothing to gain and everything to lose in this frame. He knows it should be wrapped up already. And it most certainly isn't. That is another tough trap.
Yes, it absolutely is. The only good thing from Wu Yize's point of view, if he doesn't hit the red, there's no way Craig Steadman would be able to pot it and get onto the black to win the frame.
We always talk about frame ball. In this case, that blue went astray, then a red he should have potted. Really, in a player's mind, it should be frame ball plus at least 2. How many times have we seen a snooker player steaming towards a frame win, and then suddenly the brakes are applied because they've made a mental error. Well, that was nowhere near, and a free ball has been left. Calamitous.
Absolutely, that was a massive misjudgment with the amount of right-hand side that was required there to make the correct angle to contact the red. As you say, Phil, the free ball, for me, puts Craig Steadman here in the box seat. Because if he pots the brown now, he'd be 28 points behind. Beg pardon, 29 behind. So any colour at all from the red would be fine. Furthermore, with that green in close proximity to the red, he only needs some sort of a shot on the green, and that's going to be difficult now. He's left himself very straight on the red, so that will be a big disappointment.
What a potential steal this would be. Steadman needs all of the colours, and there's not an awkward ball in sight.
9.
Well, a willing clearance here would certainly hurt Wu Yiza. Missed that simple blue to the right centre. He was already safe in the frame and probably still thought he'd win it anyway.
14.
But at the moment, this frame is in the hands of Craig Steadman. 4 more balls to be potted, to steal it and draw level at 1-all. Didn't pot the brown very cleanly, so can he still pot the blue and hold for the pink? I think he can.
$20. $29.
Woe for Wu. Daylight robbery. Craig Steadman looked certain to trail 2-0. In actuality, it's 1-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
We are all a little shocked here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. It was basically 2-0, and now it isn't. Craig Steadman on a high after absolutely stealing the second frame. Number of factors behind that. On a break of 68, Wu Yi's missed a blue to middle he should never have missed. And then when he was placed in a admittedly tough snooker on the last red, he was guilty of a terrible attempt that left a free ball. And that shot suggests, Dom, that he's a little shaken.
Well, it's certainly put him back a little bit, hasn't it? I mean, he ought to have been 2-0 ahead, because the blue he missed to the centre pocket was... Well, he only missed it because I think he was just had too much of an eye on the positional cannon. He had to develop 3 or 4 reds to continue the break and took his eye off the blue, which happens commonly.
Yeah, and of course, because he was at the snooker's required stage, it was a needless positional cannon. That's the toughest thing to deal with. Now on table 2, the first frame saw Ricky Walden come back from 40 odd behind with a 79 clearance to win the opener.
48.
He was well behind in the second frame as well against Chang Bing-Yu, but as you can see, it could be another frame one from well in arrears. Walden is the highest seed in Group 28. So he arrives on the colours, 11 in front. That means yellow, green and brown will be enough, you would assume,
51.
to give him a 2-0 lead after Chang has had chances in both frames played so far. Good chances.
53. Some. 56.
This should be a frame ball that poses no problems. Indeed, it wasn't tricky for Ricky at all. And so, 2-0, it almost certainly is. There's a great story about Ricky Walden in this tournament. It's a really good trivia question, actually. Who played a match in a tournament after the trophy had been presented to the champion? Well, the two players were Ricky Walden and Stuart Bingham. It was here. It was this tournament. Basically, we got to finals day. The two 4-man groups weren't complete, but we knew who was going to be in the final.
22.
The final was over in no time.
23.
But Walden and Bingham were still on the other table, battling out for who would finish second or third in the group. So we did the post-match interview. We presented the silverware. Luca Brissell was the champion.
30.
And yet, veterans Walden and Bingham were still duking it out. That has got to be a first. Obviously, it's down to the format. I mean, you can't imagine someone playing in a quarter-final when the final's over. That would be impossible.
Do you know what brand of shoes they were wearing, Phil?
I know it was a bit involved, but it just was such a surreal moment.
13 now.
Oh, can Ruiza wrap up frame 3 here? Something he couldn't quite manage to do in the previous one. He'll certainly be keeping his focus and concentration here. He won't want a repeat of what happened in the previous frame. But this is the last of the open reds, so he'll need an angle on a colour here to go into them. Referee Rob Spencer placing the pink behind the pack of reds because its own spot isn't available. Oh, I don't agree with that. Screwing into the reds from a red. He could have easily left an angle on the black to go into them. Got no action out the cue ball there at all. In fact, at first glance, he snookered on all 6 colours.
Green ball, thank you.
Well, this is risky. If he tries to roll up behind the green to leave a snooker, if he leaves it short, he could leave a free ball. Oh, he's wide of the mark.
Foul, and a miss.
Don't think it's a
Ruiza
free
46.
ball.
Craig Stedman 4.
It'd be too risky to have it replaced though, because if Ruiza were to play it a second time, he might just play it well and snooker Craig Stedman.
One.
That's a really good pot from Craig Stedman. He's right in here. Now he has a choice. He can play for one of the 2 loose reds. But if I were here, I'd be playing the green and playing a cannon into the 4 reds and the pink here, because there's every chance he'd be on a red to the left centre no matter what. And that's exactly what he's played. Played it with more pace than I thought he would, but just look at the way they've opened. I think we have a new favourite for this 3rd frame now.
Absolutely agree. Yeah, it's been amazing this week, actually. We've seen a host of former tour players now unable to be on tour because they've been relegated, but they still have a lot of skill, a lot of nous, a lot of experience. The likes of Alfie Burden, who topped a group, James Cahill, Stuart Carrington, and Craig Stedman falls into that category as well.
Didn't play the best positional shot to the blue previously, so I had to play it with the rest, and unfortunately from Craig's point of view, the black and pink will only pot into the right corner, so the red that's below the cue ball or below the pink spot would make things easier for Craig in order to get onto this next colour, but playing this red is a little more tricky. He's gone up for the blue again. Okay, he's tight to the side cushion, but he does have the right angle on the blue. Problem is, being tight against the side cushion, as you can see, he can only play the cue ball with topspin. And with the angle he has on the blue, he might run too far for the red next to the pink spot, so he may have to play for the red closest to the pink.
Sevens.
spotting this red next to the pink now will mean that the pink is available into that left corner. That will all help, but he'll have to stun up for the blue. I don't think he can quite hold for the black. Needs to be the right side of the blue, and he is. He's played that beautifully. One more good positional shot required here. And there it is.
30.
It would have been so easy for Craig Steadman to lose focus in this match, as it appeared as though Wu would ride off into the distance, but when he got his chance in the second frame, he stuck with it. And the same here in the third. If he were to win this frame, that would really shake up the group as a whole.
$36.
Again, no real obvious obstacle to stop him. When the green goes in, he'll hit the front. So from here, yellow to blue will do.
Won't be happy with that positional shot though. Got too much action on the cue ball, having to play the yellow with the rest. It's not a straightforward positional shot, this. How's his judgment? Played it very well.
42. $45. $49.
Just checking the score. He only needs the blue, but he's slightly too straight on it to be able to get onto the pink, so won't make too big an effort to get good position.
50.
He'll just try and drag this pink very slowly towards the corner pocket, so if it doesn't go in, it's going to be very difficult for Wu Yize to keep it out.
Craig Steadman, 54.
54 clearance to the blue, it should be enough. And a prime example, Dominic, of just how quickly these matches can change.
Well, I have to play this off the bottom draw with a lot of side spin and pace.
Foul. Yeah. Craig Steadman, 6 on the frame.
So needing two snookers on pink and black, Wu Yize concedes. He looked certain to lead 2-0. Now he trails 2-1 and he's desperate to win the next frame after the break to salvage a draw.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Who is it?
What a turnaround in fortunes. Amateur Craig Steadman, Q School top-up reserve, leads the world number 20, Wu Yiza 2-1. So Wu needs to keep a cool head, win this frame, and then win his last couple of matches, and more than likely he will top the table. But if he loses this frame and consequently the contest, then, boy, he's in deep trouble.
One.
Very good red from Craig Steadman. Deserved a better kiss.
Right.
Slightly
Brown
fuller on the brown would have been ideal. But with pots like this, it will certainly be keeping Wu Yiza under pressure.
Yeah, normally the other two players in the group, namely in this case Wang Yuchen and Krish Gubazani, would be pulling for a 2-all draw. Maybe in this one they would like to see Steadman win 3-1. Remove the threat, as it were, of Wu to a great degree.
It was only a week or so ago since Wu Yiza lost that match 5-2 to Leicester's Louis Heathcote, and he'd been coming here, I wouldn't say with a point to prove, but on a little bit of a downer. Conversely, of course, Matthew Stevens, who got through yesterday, winning his final match in the group against his compatriot Ryan Day to qualify by 3 frames to 1. He had won both of his qualifiers for the British Open and the Wuhan Open, so you know he came here on a positive note and he kept it going, that good run of form. So it does make a difference psychologically.
One.
Craig Steadman has played very well in this match, I have to say, just like he was playing when he was on the tour. Former world number 66, so very capable player. Certainly knows his way around a billiard table.
Yes, and just hammering home a point I made earlier this week on more than one occasion. These days there are so many really good players who aren't on tour.
No.
As that one really wobbles in, either they haven't broken through yet, or in the case of Steadman and many others, they have been there but surrendered their place.
Possibly looking for an angle on the blue next to go into the pack of reds. The problem is, as you can see in that shot there, the pink is a good 2 or 3 inches above the pack of reds, because when you go into them, normally you use the pink to spread the pack of reds open. Travelled too far for the blue, but he's still just about on the green, so we'll probably play for the red next to it now. But this will be the last of the easily available reds. Oh, he's played that nicely. Absolutely perfectly on this red.
20.
Just looking at the tip of his cue where he wants the cue ball to be to go into the reds, but if he does go into the reds from the blue, he'll have to contact that pink very fully so that the pink bursts that pack of reds open. Because that pink is a few inches above the pack of reds, he's considering other options here. He's considered playing for the pink to go into the reds. He's even now looking to see if he can go into them from perhaps the yellow, go into the side of the pack of reds. But for me, it's the blue. I'm surprised.
20.
Can he generate enough pace to open these reds nicely? No. No, I think he will now wish, of course he'll wish, that he'd stuck to his original plan of playing for the blue, because he wouldn't have had to be overly accurate to cannon the pink fully enough to go into the reds.
Brixton 23.
Handy start though to a frame in which Wu Yize is under big pressure.
Defeat in this match for Wu Yize will be a little bit of a bitter pill, because he'll have to wait till 5 PM before he plays again. So you're looking at the best part of 4 hours.
Yeah.
Lucky that the cue ball caught the blue there, otherwise I think the cue ball would have run into bulk and he wouldn't have been on anything. But he has a choice of yellow, green or blue now.
Lovely shot with check side.
4.
Now this is a real test of character. As I said, if he can squeeze out a 2-all draw, it's not the end of the world by any means.
5.
When his last 2 matches against Krish Gubazani and Wang Yuchen, and with 7 points, he could well top the table still. Now if you lose your first match in these groups, yes, mathematically you can top the table, but it's a real rarity,
12.
Dom.
Yes, that's because it's out of your hands. You have to rely on results elsewhere. 2-all draw, certainly not a disaster here by any means. Short of pace, can't hold for the black now. Have to go up for blue or bolt colour. Just about got there. If he can pop this red, it makes the red to the left of it available into the left corner. That's a big help. Nicely on the black. Certainly doesn't need to go into the 4 reds from this black. Can play for the loose one. And now can leave a good angle on blue or black, just to nestle gently into those 4 reds. And this needs to be played with controlled pace. You only need to just strike these 4 reds very gently. You don't want to knock one of them to a cushion.
And working on the principle that every little helps, or helps even. I think the fact that the brown is safe, that dilutes the pressure on Wu slightly, in the sense that if he were to miss, the table would be wide open for his opponent. Four pots away from leaving Stedman requiring a snooker. Now this is showing a lot of character to me.
57.
Of course he wanted to win the match 3-0 in a canter. But a lot of players would have struggled in these circumstances to put a contribution together like this.
64.
And unlike the blue in the second frame, he gave that one full concentration. Can tell you, by the way, on the other table, Ricky Walden with 79 and 78 led 2-0 against Chang Bingyu. Chang, though, won the third frame with a break of 102.
74.
Unfortunately, though, not quite enough on the table here for Wu Yize to make a century break of his own. Just 99 available. Just pop the remaining 5 colours.
77.
That was nicely judged.
So, very smooth bookends to this match for Wu. 94 to start in the first frame.
92.
And 92 to finish. So Wu Yize does salvage a 2-all draw. Up next, after the break, it will be Hong Kong's Wang Yuchen against India's Krish Gubazani. You get the feeling this is going to be a highly competitive group now.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lose, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it from me. You want to follow me in there next? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pools on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
Welcome back to day 4 of the BetVictor Championship League. We've just had a very entertaining 2-2 draw between Wu Yizet and Craig Steadman here on table 1. Wang Yuchen and Kriyesh in the end had to win that 4th frame to share the points with Craig Steadman. Of course, he won that 2nd frame after needing the snooker. Long way to go. We'll see Wu Yizet again at 5 o'clock. And as I say, Wang Yuchen and Kriyesh Gerbazani, actually they're both on the 2nd year, starting out the 2nd year of a 2-year card. So big match for them, a chance to actually take the lead in the group, isn't there, if either one of them wins. And of course a very entertaining group on the other side as well. Ricky Walden, Chang Bing-yu, Robert Milkins and Stephen Allworth. And they're still in the first match there. Ricky Walden 2-1 up against Chang Bing-yu. He made breaks 79 and 78, but then 102 from Chang back on tour to win the 3rd frame. So early stages. We'll just watch this until we're ready to start on table 1. Ricky, of course, very established player. Has had a few health issues over the years, so good to see him playing some good stuff again of late. This is a very tough group though. His last match will be against the Milkman, Robert Milkins, who himself needs a good season. He's had a lot of points come off and his tour plays actually is under threat. And of course Stephen Allworth, our colleague, back on the World Snooker Tour as well, starting out first of a 2-year card also. He'll be up against Milkins after this match. You can watch it of course on the Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. Early stages still of frame 4. But we're ready to start. Wang Yuchen to get us underway. 27 years of age. And last season, back on the tour, got to the last 32 of the Northern Ireland Open. That was his best performance, but he also got to the final qualifier of the World Championship. Hossein Vafai beat him 10-4, outplayed him actually. But that was a real good note to end the season on, to have a deep run in our biggest tournament. And Kriyesh here, his best run in his first season on tour, last 16 of the shootout. Obviously a very different environment to this one. No crowd shouting and screaming, but that was okay. It's not the biggest tournament on the circuit, but he enjoyed himself there. And now, of course, 120 in the world. If he's going to stay on tour, needs a very good season. But of course, Dominic, India has a rich tradition of cue sports, doesn't it? Billiards in particular, but it's also where snooker was invented.
Yes, indeed. Back in 1875, Colonel Neville Chamberlain formulated the first set of rules. In those days, the game of snooker just had 4 colours, would you believe, before the other 2 were introduced. But as you say, Dave, billiards is these days more popular than snooker, I think, in India, isn't it?
Yes, there's a rich tradition and some greats from there. Geet Sethi, Pankaj Advani more recently. Without going into a history lesson, snooker essentially was developed from, as he gets the double kiss there, a couple of other cue sports, in particular life pool and pyramids. And it was basically because it was raining and they were stuck in the officers' mess and they wanted a game to gamble on, so they came up with a game they could bet on. And here we are all these years later at the Championship League. This is a competitive group, isn't it? That was a very high standard first match, so these two know they're going to have to produce some stuff to threaten. But as I say, if either one of them wins, they take the early lead in the group, because that draw means, of course, the points were shared in the first match.
Wang Yuchen, born originally in the Shandong province of China, but now represents Hong Kong. Been to a couple of last 32s in ranking events, ranked 95 in the world, so possibly a marginal favourite here. He's more of an all-round player, I think, than Kriyesh Gerbazani. Kriyesh in the shootout last year, as Dave has already said, he got to the last 16 of that event. He was potting balls all over the place. He's a very exciting player, and the crowd really did take to him. We all did.
One thing he didn't do on his debut season was score. He didn't make a century, whereas Wang actually had 7 centuries on the World Snooker Tour last season. So that, in the modern game, is a factor. But he's had his first year. Very often, it takes a year, doesn't it, to settle in. And sometimes it takes longer than that. But he's had his first season, starting out his second, but to completely miss the reds there. Just looking for the thin edge. Wang Yuchen, meantime, has already qualified actually for Wuhan, big ranking event in China. Beat Robert Milkins, who we'll be seeing on table 2 later. So that's a good start to the season. Lost narrowly to Mitchell Mann, though, in the British Open qualifying 4-3. Kriyash Gurbakhzani actually lost his 2 qualifiers here in Leicester recently. He just makes the slight adjustment there.
So many Chinese players have a wonderful technique, and Wang Yuchen is no exception. He keeps us still. I think it's possibly humanly possible to keep still on a shot. He doesn't move anything except his back arm. So there's very little that can go wrong. Nice cueist, good temperament. He's a little bit of a late developer. 27 years old, isn't young in today's game by any means.
Oh, just for a moment I thought we'd left him fiendishly angled there, but the white's dropped in.
Definitely a possible red to the right corner available here for Kriyash. Possibly the 2 reds together just above the possible red could be made into a plant, but if you're sitting in your chair, if you're Wang Yuchen now, you're expecting to see your opponent take something on, and if they don't, it gives you confidence, because it suggests to you they don't back themselves to knock something in. But he is taking this red on. Oh, and he's potted it. Good pot. Wasn't easy to avoid the cannon on the black, but if he's on the blue, he'll be happy. And he is.
Yes, chance to settle down and just get used to conditions and get into match mode. And of course try and get the pace of the table as well. One of 2 Indians on tour, Ishpreet Singh Chadha kept his place. It's actually 24 nationalities represented on the World Snooker Tour this season, so there's no doubt. Okay, some of those countries have only got 1 player, but the game has become more global in its reach, and you've got to admire the non-British players. So many of them have to move to the UK, don't they, because there's so many qualifiers here. So it's a lot of cost, and also can be a bit of a culture shock as well.
The plant. He took the plant in favour of the red to the centre pocket there for positional reasons. The red to the right centre that was the easiest pot presented a lot of difficulty in terms of getting onto a colour. So good chance this now for Wang Yuchen. The black, as you can see, is clear and free, although if he does pot the black, it may be a little tied up because of the red near the black spot. Won't be happy with this. This black is very missable.
But now he's got it. It's a good chance, isn't it? Red's nicely spread. As I say, he scored quite well last season overall. He's made 18 centuries in his career, 7 last season. 2 actually came before that in the Q school that he came through.
Played that yellow with a lot of backspin and left-hand side to bring the cue ball back up the table towards these reds. He played it beautifully. If the black is available into the left corner, that would be a big help. And I'm just wondering if the red next to the black is also available into the left corner. If either or both of those balls are available, can be a big help to Wang Yuchen here. Of course, Snooker returned to Hong Kong in terms of ranking events last season, the World Grand Prix.
25.
First one staged there for 36 years. Big new arena. Neil Robertson didn't make the final much of a spectacle. He beat Stuart Bingham 10-0, but he's there to do his job and he did it well.
26.
Marco Fu, it must be said, has had a terrific start to the season. He won his 2 qualifiers. He made 5 centuries in the 9 frames he won. I just saw Nogon Yi, the former women's world champion, also from Hong Kong. She's here practicing because she's playing here.
33.
Yes, Nogon Yi is coached by a former top 16 professional player from a decade or 2 ago now, David Rowe. A lot of our viewers remember David, very attacking player. Michael Holt's neck of the wood, I think, from sort of Nottingham way.
Yeah, I think Derby, but anyway, near enough. East Midlands. Yeah, he's here as well with the players.
41.
So just looking to close this out now. This black putting 50 points in front, so a couple more reds should do it.
I like Wang Yuchen's style of play. He's a very deliberate player, very measured, composed. Ask for the extended rest. Rob Spencer there officiating here for us. Very experienced referee from Cheshire.
Well, out of nowhere. And the frame was at his mercy. Just shows you how anything could go wrong really at any moment. The thing is, he's a player, he seems to give so much to every shot. You think he's not going to miss a kind of easy one because he's just so committed to every shot, but he missed that one. The only good news, he didn't leave his opponent in.
A beautiful pot from Kriesh and a lovely cannon from Keeble to Brown has given him an opportunity here. Not the best angle on the Brown, it's a little straight, but at least he's on a colour. And in all honesty, although there are 3 reds near cushion rails, they're all very potable.
5.
Now we're going to show you table 2, and it looks like Ricky Walden is going to take the 3 points. He's at the snooker's required stage here, so Chang Bing-Yu's having a look, but 53 behind, 43 on. He's going to need 3 snookers. So it looks very much like Ricky Walden. With his experience, he can't really see him losing that frame now. So it looks like he's going to take the 3 points, and it's a tough group, as I say. Robert Milkins and Stephen Hallworth also in that group. So Ricky will be more than happy, assuming he does take this frame. We'll let you know, but looks like he's going to be top of the table early on.
He'll be disappointed, Chang Bing-Yu, because he had a lead of 40 odd points in both the first 2 frames and lost them both.
So this frame looked all the world to belong to Wang Yuchen. He missed that red with the rest. Gerbaksani's got him with the long red. Can he now make what would be a very satisfying clearance?
Oh, I'd like to play that one again. First of all, he was lucky the red went in, but because he potted it so thickly, he's much lower on the black than he wanted to be, so he can't get in right behind this remaining red. And that's a dreadful mistake. Can't reach the red now. He may well have to play it with the rest, unless he leans right across. He is a tall man. He'll be playing this at full stretch, as you can see. This isn't comfortable. Oh, well done. And played it with enough pace to give himself a good chance at the black. If you can pot the black and get on the yellow, the rest should be a formality.
Yeah, it just hasn't quite come nice on it, so there's a bit of pressure yet on the pot, and of course needs to get on the green as well, and the pressure trying to win the frame. We've seen, of course, Wang miss a red with the rest already in this frame. Well, he played that with nice control, actually. Nothing edgy about that.
Didn't play that positional shot from brown to blue particularly well. He's going to have to rebound the cue ball now off the top cushion and back up towards the pink. How's his judgment of pace? Needs to keep going. It's not ideal. He can't get close to the black unless he plays it with a lot of side spin. Failing that, it's in and out of bulk. Didn't want to risk the side spin, so because of that he's left himself with a rather missable black here, as you'll see from that camera shot.
Drama right from the off in this match. Can he knock it in and claim first blood? He can. A superb clearance in the end. It wasn't straightforward, but Kriyash Gerbazani, who was nowhere in the frame early on, has stolen it to lead 1-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So, a very dramatic start to proceedings here. Wang Yuchen was looking serene. He missed a red with the rest. A few shots later, Kriyash Gerbazani here got in with a long red, made a very nice clearance, including a bit of a pressure final black. So he leads 1-0. Remember, it's a maximum of 4 frames. Can end in a 2-2 draw. 3-0 or 3-1, the other possible results. 63, the clearance there, and you'll feel so good, won't he? Just, he didn't falter. Okay, a couple of little positional shots could have been more precise, but he kept it going. That's the important thing. Potted everything. Just to confirm, Ricky Walden did win that match 3-1 against Chang Bingyu, so Robert Milkins and Stephen Hallworth will be up shortly.
Just looking at the way Kriyash Gerbazani hits the ball, strikes the ball, suggests to me that he'd be pretty proficient as a billiards player. I'm sure he must have played a lot of billiards. Got a lovely touch.
I wonder, Dominic, if there are any young British players who play billiards. Probably not, because it's, as a professional game, hasn't disappeared. They still have tournaments, but in terms of its profile, is obviously well below snooker. the early World Championships. I mean, when Joe Davis won the first World Championship in 1927, the final was tacked on to the end of a billiards match. Billiards was what people came to see. Snooker was sort of piggybacking in those days.
Yes, there's no doubt that Joe Davis was the pioneer of the game of snooker, because basically you used to play billiard sessions of 2 hours each, but if a player reached something like 750 points in a session, if there were 20 minutes to go of the session, they just used to put the snooker balls up and have a game of snooker, and Joe Davis realised it was very popular. He instigated the first World Championships in 1927, played at Tom Dennis's billiards rooms in Nottingham. So without Joe Davis, maybe this game would never have taken off the way it has. Well, while we witness this little tactical exchange, I'm just going to correct something I've been made aware of by my colleague here, Dave Hendon, that the actual final of the first World Snooker Championships was actually played at W.A. Campkin, Bill Campkin, a 6'5" billiards promoter. He had his own billiards hall, and the final of the first World Championships was actually played there back in 1927. So thank you, Dave.
Well, I'll tell you why I know that, Dom, because we're trying to get a plaque organised, because obviously it'll be the centenary in 2 years' time, and we thought obviously the billiard hall isn't there now, but it would be nice to have it recognised as where, you know, this wonderful tournament that so many people love, that's where it began.
Do you mean a heritage plaque, a blue plaque?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? I really think that's something that should be given permission for.
Well, without sort of getting sidetracked by that too much, it's, you know, we've written to the relevant authorities. Jason Ferguson is supporting it from the WPBSA, so we'll see. But anyway, here in 2025, an important frame underway, particularly for Wang, who, you know, was looking very solid, wasn't he, in that first frame, and then just out of nowhere really missed that red with the rest and never got another look in. And these are short matches. If he goes 2-0 down, obviously the best he can do is a single point. Robert Milkins and Stephen Allworth underway. Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel for all the action there.
Yeah, you've already mentioned that Rob Milkins will need a decent season to remain on tour. Another player that's struggled the last couple of seasons or so, Anthony McGill.
You have to finish inside the top 64 at the end of the season, and you know, with the standards it is, you know, the players below that have been getting to finals, even winning tournaments. It's very difficult. And I think the problem is, as well, you become aware of it, don't you, from early season. If you're anything around 50 in the world, then the chance of getting sucked into that tour survival is there from early on, and it's hard to sort of put it out of your mind, I think.
Absolutely, and you know the way the draws work out, a lot of them, you could get what you deem as fantastic draws, and you can get some very, very tough ones, and you've really got to hope. And it's your lucky day when some of these draws come through if you're ranked in the 50s, because as Dave says, your tour place is under threat.
Well, it's very nicely done. Terrific long red. So he's got to try and just put to one side what happened in frame 1. Can't change that now. Needs to be on the front foot. Just focus on this visit. Try and make a nice break and level the match.
When the reds are spread so far and wide as they are here, it's very, very difficult to play a good safety. He was forced to take that very tough pot on. But considering he knocked the red in and he was nice on the black, I don't know how on earth he's finished where he has. And the red in our foreground there, I don't think goes. Is he on anything else?
Sorry, Dom, it seemed harder not to finish on one there, but he may have managed it somehow, much to his bemusement.
Yeah, as Dave said, it's incredible sometimes where you can leave that cue ball, where you can sort of not be on anything, but he has a very thin cut back. And to be honest, he ought to make this. The cue will be running up the table towards the bulk colours, so it takes a bit of pressure off the pot.
Just lost the white though, so a terrific opening red. He was on the black, but it's all unravelled very quickly. It's only frame 2, and he's not the most demonstrative character, but you can see he's not happy, understandably. That was a big, big chance, having let slip the chance in frame 1.
Oh, that was a beautiful pot. Wan Yu Chen's a very awkward angle to make that because you're facing down the table, but the pocket itself that you're aiming to pop the red in is way out of your eye line. And you'd be very disappointed not to win a frame with an opportunity like this. He had an equally good one just moments ago, but he finally get the job done here. Getting on the black would be advantageous, but the 5 reds above it are all in a bit of a line and they're all in one another's way, so you'd have to be careful in getting on your next red.
17.
Desperately hoping history doesn't repeat itself, because he was fully in control of frame 1 until he just missed that one red. And also he may have been wondering, as he watched Gerbaghzani, you know, is he capable of clearing up? Well, he proved he was, so that puts even more pressure on Wang Yuchen here to make the most of this, because it could happen again.
25.
Let's be honest, there's nothing really safe here on the table, so the chance would be there if he slipped up.
26.
You've seen already the odd rather fast bounce off a cushion rail, so you've always got to be on your mettle. You can easily drop out of position. And already, cue ball in bulk, that wasn't intended. He's now looking at the green and hoping he has an angle to work with. He may not have. Because again, he screwed back from the black off the side cushion and didn't land as straight on the red as he wanted to, and all of a sudden, things are looking a little bit more awkward.
Just to say, Robert Milkins has won the opening frame against Stephen Hallworth on table 2.
37.
Reminder, Ricky Walden beat Chang Bingyu 3-1 in the first match.
Good recovery pot, but he's still not quite out of the woods. This black's a little on the thin side. The cue ball will be running into the reds just above it. And will have to hope to be on his next red rather than expect to be.
This is such a big shot, it's awkward. If he gets it, he surely wins the frame. If not, the clearance is on again. And in it goes. He wasn't sure, was he? He stayed down, but it went in. So one more pot and it should be one each. Now he's done well because of what happened in frame 1.
52.
And also the first visit, scoring visit, was scored just 10 from a position of extreme strength. But anyway, it's key really to snooker is to try and look forward rather than back, and that's what he's done ultimately. And he's going to level up.
58.
We've already had one draw, and of course, if all the matches were drawn, the high break would decide it. I'm not saying that will happen, but it's worth trying to make as many as possible here now.
That's a good point you make there, Dave. Ruiza made breaks of 92 and 94 in his victory. Could easily be superseded with a century break here.
Yeah, so possible 109 on would be a useful target in the early stages.
87.
Wang actually plays the last match against Wu Yiza, so obviously we'll know what the position is by then. Who has to do what? So pink for career century number 19. Yeah, good response to this after what happened in frame 1. And a nice break to have in your locker if it does come down to breaks later. That 109 could be a very important one for Wang Yuchen, who levels the match at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
We're here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester, the home, of course, of the BetVictor Championship League. An entertaining day already. We had a 2-2 draw between Wu Yiza and Craig Steadman. It's currently 1 each between Wang Yuchen and Kriyash Gurbaksani. And Wang with that 109 clearance to level the match. 2 frames remain. And then it'll be Wang against Steadman.
Not be good enough. The cue ball hasn't travelled to the top cushion, and I think there is a red that will pot into the right corner.
Yeah, the last thing Gerbaksani needed to do after watching his opponent make a century is give him a pretty easy starter to just try and continue where he left off. But misses the black.
I was about to say, you know, the mistake that Krieš previously made there, you can't afford those. Those are unnecessary mistakes. It was a simple shot that he had, he made a mess of, but all of a sudden he's coming to the table here delighted that he made the mistake because he's right in. That's an unnecessary mistake. If you land short, you put yourself in trouble. If you go too far, you've certainly got the red to the right centre. You could go quite significantly too far and you'd still be on the two reds next to the black. You can pot this, but there's no guarantee he's going to be on a colour now. He's going to have to use the pack of reds. He's judged it nicely though. Again, it's almost serendipity actually that he finished low on that red. He's brought another couple into play.
Sevens.
There appears to be a plant in the middle of that little pack of reds there that's unmissable into the corner pockets. Always useful to have that. So if he does run out of position, doesn't land nicely on a colour, he knows he has that plant there as a bit of a fail safe.
Nine.
Well, he looked long and hard at the plant. In the end, he decided he didn't like it and it could be missed, so he tried to go into the reds and he's made a bit of a mess of it. Bit of a useful lead, 33 points, but it's far from decisive.
British Gold Sally. 34.
That's a really good safety shot. You can see in that particular camera shot there that Kriyesh can't see the red that's near bulk. Because that Wang Yuchen has opened the pack of reds, puts pressure on his safety here. Well, there are a couple of possible reds that Wang Yuchen could attempt here, but he could also play a really good safety.
What?
So this is a good chance, you've got to say, having just made a century, you'll be feeling good amongst them, you would think.
Eight.
Of course, they've both got to face Wu Yizi yet, the top seed, but Craig Steadman was impressive against him earlier, so this important match, I think, to try and win. Whoever goes 2-1 up, be a big frame for them to try and get those 3 points and get a little bit of a lead in the early stages of the group.
Sixty.
Could have done a little more with the cue ball there. This black is a little bit of a thin cut back, but if he stuns into the 2 reds next to the pink, he can leave the cue ball nicely positioned for the red closest to the black. I meant, of course, this straightish one to the right corner, but he didn't quite catch enough of those 2 reds, and I'm not sure he's on it.
24. Wang Yuchen. 24.
Well, he really ought to have made more from that opportunity. A couple of poor positional shots have cost him there.
One.
Second chance then in the frame for Krish Gobaksani. Don't see many players wearing glasses these days, I guess. Various other options, although Mark Williams in the end just seemed to accept that his eyes weren't very good and he got to the world final again. So world number 3 for a man who reckons he can't see properly. Ooh, well, he didn't see that as clearly as he'd have liked. So second chance and didn't come to much.
Have a look at this shot he's playing here. Delicately in behind the pink, the black is covering the red below it. And there you see, snookered on all remaining reds. He has to play up to the red next to the black. Couldn't play any other red really. And I wouldn't play it with much pace. I'll be trying to rest upon the red. It's the easiest shot to play, and it's the only shot that guarantees safety.
Well, there's been numerous chances in this frame. This is another one. Wang Yuchen trailing. Bit of pressure's come on, bit of tension with the mistakes we've seen. And the fact we're getting deeper into the match and they're aware of the potential importance of winning the match. It's all sort of adding to a feeling of tension about things.
You see, if I was Krish Gobaksani sat in my chair there, I'd be thinking, well, a confident player all day long would have played the pink there and not the black. Now just look where he's left the cue ball. You couldn't fail to be perfectly in position if you play the pink. And that pink, to a confident player, really should be a 10 out of 10 shot.
No.
Yeah, this is a bit of a high wire act, isn't it? That red only just went in. Stephen Hallworth has levelled up with Robert Milkins. And he's in first in frame 3, 1 each there.
It's not completely apparent whether that red closer to the right centre is actually potable. But it must be because he's played for it. Slightly awkward red near the yellow will need some attention. Needs a bit of an angle here on probably the blue just to roll up towards that remaining red. And that looks to be a little straight. Oh, from the overhead. He's just got enough angle maybe to work with. He should be okay.
The colours are basically on their spots, so it feels like this is the shot where you're not just potting the red, but making sure he's on the next colour, and then he's a big favourite to win the frame. Quite a confident pot, because in frame one he missed an easier red than that with the rest, and it felt like more pressure on the one he's just played. So 10 in front, it's in his hands to take the lead here. And we're in the ifs and buts territory, but if he can win the match 3-1, he stays on to play Craig Steadman, so he actually has a chance to open up quite a big gap in the table. If he can get something out of that one as well. At the halfway stage, putting the pressure on Wu Yiza in particular later, who's the big favourite in this group, world number 20, but only drew his first match with Steadman. Anyway, 17 in front, so green and brown required. Gerbicsani knows he's had a lot of chances in this frame, good ones.
Bottom.
So Wang with the chance to get the 3 points, having taken the lead here. Recovered from losing the opening frame on the black.
46 on the frame.
At 46, the telling break in this third frame. Wang Yuchen takes the lead at 2-1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So it's 2-1 to Wang Yuchen against Kriyash Gerbicsani, and there's one more frame to play. If Wang can win it, then he will go top of the table for now on 3 points. Of course, Wu Yiza and Craig Steadman drew 2 each, so they took a point apiece. If Kriyash Gerbicsani wins the frame, then it's all locked together. All 4 players on a single point. Wang stays on either way to play Craig Steadman next. Just to say, Stephen Allworth has just run through the third frame pretty quickly against Robert Milkins, 2-1. So Allworth with a chance to get to 3 points there. Ricky Walden beat Chang Bingyu 3-1, and Chang will play Milkins next.
Opportunity to pot a long red to the right-hand corner pocket here. It would make the pot a lot easier by holding for the black. That would also put more pressure on the pot because it's risky then. You could leave your opponent right in if you miss it. Double kiss. Could be a disaster, depends how far that red has run. I think it's cuttable, the one that's nearest the left corner. There are other options though, one particularly to the left centre, which is positionally more advantageous.
I think initially he thought that might drop, but it hasn't, and was still, he's left a red.
What?
I don't think he's too pleased that one is not closer to the black with the cue ball, but also it's not as straight as it needed to be. Now ideally if he could stun into the red directly above the black in the middle of those three, it would be ideal, but can he get enough purchase on the cue ball? Just about.
Eight. Nine.
Well, that's certainly a useful chance to build up a nice lead in this frame. Still got this red to left middle.
60.
He has made mistakes, but a lot of them have gone ultimately unpunished, which means he can put them out of his mind. Well, a couple of open reds, but he has the angle to try and disturb a few here.
To be honest, he played it nicely, but you always look to try to leave the cue ball right in the middle of the table if you can, but you have to be so accurate with the cannon to achieve that. So the reds are split beautifully, but he doesn't have an easy red to continue the break with, but he does have one to the centre pocket. But it's a big shot, this. That really was beautifully cued. Stayed down on the shot, very still. Didn't try to do too much with the cue ball. He didn't need to. Position was automatic, as you can see.
30. $31.
Didn't want to cannon the pink, but I think he's still okay. Has a choice of
38.
red to either corner.
$13.
Pink spot is available. I must presume that the pink will respot just about. Be awkward if it didn't. $45. Thank you. 46. So even that's a little clumsy. The cannon to the secondary red, he's pushed it in front of the one next to it, so it doesn't go. He may have to play for the red now that's closest to the cushion. It's these little things that can make a difference. It's very easy to leave yourself awkwardly positioned. On that occasion though, he's played it nicely. He can easily stun out for the black now.
$50.
Yeah, and not too much more to do. 61 to lead with the black. A couple of open reds should be enough. He looks set to win the first frame. Gerbaksani made a really good clearance. Of course, Wang did have a century and then made that useful break to win the last.
$62.
So 2 more pots, and barring snookers, he will be on 3 points in the early stages, and he'll stay on to play Craig Steadman. As I said, if he could win that as well, he really is the favourite in this group. Will certainly putting pressure on Wu Yize later, who he plays last up.
69.
This is match ball. Yeah, nicely done.
70.
He's got a nice measured way of playing, hasn't he? He really focuses hard on every shot.
$76.
And he can improve the high break that he made earlier, which again could, who knows, play some part later on. Made 109 in frame 2. Either way, he's definitely won this match.
$83. 84. $91.
His highest break on the tour is 132, which he can beat here.
92.
Yeah, 142 available. That's Pretty serious break. What do you call the highest break that we've seen in this BetVictor Championship League so far?
Yes, 16-year-old Lan Yuhao made the 142, didn't he, yesterday? Superb. Anyway, this is for the century, his second of the match. Well, terrific way to clinch victory. I mean, 2 centuries in winning 3 frames. Can't really argue with that. It's been high-quality stuff.
Let's not forget he's ranked 95 in the world, so doesn't it just go to prove the terrific strength in depth we have within our sport?
Thank you. 106.
So the 6 colours for 140 total clearance to conclude proceedings. We've got one more match to come. He stays on. I'm sure he's delighted to be staying on to play Craig Steadman next.
150. $108. 122.
Well, just a magnificent finish from Wang Yuchen. Just needed one chance in this frame to win the match.
127.
So this pink, and he will surpass his career best break on tour, 132. And this black,
133.
and it's a 140 to finish. That was a really classy break from Wang Yuchen. Superb way to wrap up victory. His second century's highest break as a professional, and he takes the 3 points here against Kriyash Gerbuksani, winning 3-1. And of course he stays on to play Craig Steadman next, so he'll be just have a short break and be back out. And that's a big match, because if Wang can win that as well, he becomes a favourite in this group. Wu Yize, of course, the top seed. Table 2, Ricky Walden beat Chang Bingyu 3-1. It's still 2-1 to Stephen Hallworth against Robert Milkins. We'll be back in 5 minutes for Wang Yuchen against Craig Steadman.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
be loose, don't worry.
Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions, you need to come take it from me.
You want to follow me in there next?
Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing is
Can you speak English better, please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So welcome back. We've got our final match of this session to bring you. Wang Yu Chen, who's just made that terrific 140 to complete a 3-1 victory over Kriyash Gibagzani. Takes on Craig Steadman, who of course drew with Wu Yiza earlier. So at the moment, Wang is top of the group in the early stages with 3 points. And of course, if he can win this match, he'll be up to 6 points. He really is then the favourite to win the whole group. So, of course, it can all change. Craig Steadman played well against Wu Yiza. It's not a good break-off, is it? Usually for someone who's just played such a good match. And he's been very fortunate there to cover the red. Well, the stars sort of aligning a little bit for him. Could easily have left that red on. It's finished 2-2, Robert Milkins and Stephen Hallworth on the other table. So points shared there. Ricky Walden, of course, beat Chang Bing-Yu earlier. And Chang plays Milkins next.
Yeah, there was an extraordinary incident in the last frame of Milkins Hallworth. The last red down the left-hand side cushion to a top corner pocket as we're looking was very important. The frame was still alive. Milkins looked as though he'd definitely missed it. It stuck on the edge of the pocket and after what seemed like an age, fell in. He actually apologised, even though he didn't fluke it. He actually potted it into the target he intended. It was hanging there and finally dropped. How it dropped, I'll never know.
These two have played before, but it was a decade ago now on one of the Asian Tour events out in China. For the record, Steadman was the winner 4-2. But a lot's happened clearly since then. Not least, of course, Wang then was only 17. Craig Steadman is one of these characters, whether he's on the tour or off the tour, and he's not on at the moment, he'll always play snooker. He's just a snooker man, isn't he? Loves playing, and of course has been as high as 66 in the world. So he'll spend this year trying to get back on again. Got to the final round of the first Q School event this year. There's only 2 events. Lost out to Oliver Brown, so that was obviously a big disappointment, and then didn't really make much headway in the second event. Q School is probably the least fun you can have as a snooker player, unless you come through. Whenever you see an interview with someone who's come through, it's just sheer relief. It's the only emotion. There's no enjoyment to be had playing in Q School, because of course it's either 2 years on the World Snooker Tour, or it's another year at least of slogging around on the amateur circuit.
Yeah, the odd frame here, the odd ball here can make a massive difference to a player's financial status, to his whole future. David Rowe, former top 16 player who coaches the Hong Kong side in both pool and snooker, is here. And I'm sure Rowe, who is a really good potter and break builder in his own career, will have been impressed by Wang's finish to that previous match. It was classy, Dave.
Miss 4.
Yeah, he's just got great focus, I think, when he's going about his business. Doesn't rush, gives every ball the same respect.
Back, okay.
There's John Pellew, who's pressed into action here.
And so what happened there between Wang and Krish Gubazani and what happened in our first match means this one takes on huge importance, actually.
Okay.
I know what scoreline Wu Yiza would like, a 2-all draw. But of course he's got no control over that.
Yeah, I think the worst result for him would be a Wang victory for sure, because he'd be on 6 points. Of course, Wu Yiza has 2 matches left to play, but the last one is against Wang Yichen.
Yes, and so if Wang were to draw that, now we can't say what the frames are going to be, but what about if they're level on frames, level on points, then it would go on there head to head. Then that would be a draw, so that would go to high breaks, and right now, in that regard, Wang's very much in the driver's seat.
Craig Steadman, of course, has played at the Crucible 10 years ago, 2015, played Ronnie O'Sullivan, not the draw you really want. I guess on your debut, it was the match where Ronnie at one point took his shoes off and then tried to borrow a pair from someone in the audience before eventually was given a pair by Mike Ganley, the tournament director. Just the usual intrigue. 10-3 it was.
It's been a really competitive week so far. We've had 20 completed matches on Table 1, and only a quarter of them have been 3-0s. Lots and lots of matches on a knife edge. As for the 6 group winners installed so far, 2 of them have been in their 20s, 4 of them have been in their 40s. It's been a good time for the veterans. Three top seeds have prevailed. And 4 nations thus far have a representative in the last 32. China, England, Scotland and Wales.
He's having a good look here. It's a dangerous table. Look where the reds are. So he's just taking a moment to try and find a safe spot. Reds, okay, towards the bulk cushion, yes, but there's reds available potentially to either middle pocket. Seems he's found a safe spot for now. Oh, hang on, he's okay. Bit of a standoff here at the start of the frame. Nothing potted yet. The 4 points were from a foul.
Sometimes there's a greater imperative on keeping things tight than at other times. This is one of those occasions where both players know whoever commits the first mistake, it could prove expensive. It should prove expensive. Of course, it might not be a mistake that gets someone in. It could be an inspirational pot.
What?
Not inspirational, but pretty good. Not the best of kisses, mind you.
No, and a red's gone over a pocket. Can he pot this brown? I'm not sure. It's a big shot, even if he can, because he's going to be leaving the lot on if he doesn't get it. He's looking at the brown. And in it goes. I tell you what, Phil, there's a few players who would have struggled there. Some of the colourblind players, Mark Williams, probably the most prominent amongst them. We'll have to ask the referee.
Yes, someone who was here yesterday, Peter Ebden. He would be the same.
Yeah, you can ask the referee.
6.
I'm not sure what happens if they're colourblind as well, though. I suppose that's not really a job for you, is it, snooker refereeing, if you can't distinguish the colours?
The other question that players often ask referees, what's the highest break? And quite often, the refs don't know.
Well, to be honest, there's no reason why they should. It's not the referee's responsibility, is it, to know what the highest break is? The players can find that out themselves.
Well, there are times you can be in a commentary box and
13.
if the high break is gone while you're in there on another table, you can be in the dark as well. We know what the high break in this group is. And we know who made it, the man at the table. Cue ball just trapped on that ball cushion. That's disappointing.
Well, I think he fancies the yellow to far corner. Of course, he's coming into the match full of confidence, isn't he? How well he played in the last match. So on another day, he might have just rolled up to the yellow there, but he's knocked it in and nicely on the next red.
16. 17.
One old tournament that's now been missing from the calendar for quite some time is the World Cup. If it was ever resurrected, it would be a real spectacle because so many teams now would be able to be competitive. Hong Kong being a prime example. Marco Fu,
22.
Wang Yuchen, Ngo Onyi, Kai Chung, all possibilities. Of course, back in the day when the World Cup was quite a high-profile event, there were so few teams they could field, they resorted to a rest of the world, Dave, which means absolutely nothing, does it?
27.
No, I mean, thankfully, like you say, we've moved on from there. There's 24 nations now on the World Snooker Tour, so plenty to draw from. But it was a good team. They nearly won it, didn't they, actually? Was it 1989? It was Silvino Francisco from South Africa, Tony Drago from Malta, Dino Kane from New Zealand, and they took the top 3 players in the world, the England team, Steve Davis, Jimmy White and Neil Foulds, down to a respot in the decider, which, needless to say, Steve Davis potted. But it was a good team. But yeah, absolutely. Thankfully, we've moved on from when we're sort of scrambling around trying to fill an 8th team up. Ooh, hang on, this needs to stay out. And he needs to be on the next red, which may just about be.
31.
It's a bit of a... It's not been the cleanest break, this, although sometimes it's deceptive, I think, when the reds are sort of in the middle of the table. You still have to just mind your work.
32. Big ball.
Dave, we've got some extraordinary and I think pretty much unprecedented news from Table 2.
Well, Champing hasn't turned up now. He's already played a match, so he's here. He lost to Ricky Walden 3-1, but he's late for the match with Robert Milkin, so the Milkman's already 1-0 up without having to pot a ball. As Wang misses that one. The break had unravelled a bit, hadn't it? So 42, but
38.
Nowhere near winning the frame yet. So obviously every 5 minutes now, Chang will be docked another frame. Don't know where he can be. Most of the time, Phil, they just sit around in the players' room. They actually sometimes complain there's too much hanging about, but whatever he's doing, he's not at the table.
Well, it's extraordinary. What a bonus for Rob Milkins. Especially if Chang comes back and plays his last match against Stephen Allworth. There'll be some chuntering from Allworth tomorrow in the commentary if that's the case.
Yeah, and Milkins is in a pretty perilous position in the rankings, so any sort of favours anyone can do him would be gratefully received, I'm sure.
Yeah, we've had no shows at the Championship League. I remember the odd single frame being docked here and there where there's some confusion, but yeah, if a player misses an entire match, that would be, I think, a first.
Yeah, I mean, you expect it for the first match. Neil Robertson one year was like, wasn't he, docked a couple of frames, but he's already played a match, so we don't know where he is. Hopefully all is well, but we'll let you know if he shows up. He must know it's a league. He didn't just think there was one match to play. Oh, we're told he has now appeared, so he'd be 1-0 down. Got to win all 3 frames now to get the win in the match.
No, that 3 reds together,
15.
that little bunch, was quite a big target there, but he made no contact at all on them.
Craig Sedman, 15.
Well, the next good chance could be the winning visit. The table's favourable for whoever gets in next. Just 27 points between them.
Just on the theme of being Dr. Frame, I think the best excuse I ever heard for being Dr. Frame, funnily enough, it was in Hong Kong. Guess who? The late Alex Higgins. He got stuck in a lift.
Imagine being stuck in a lift with him. I suspect it wouldn't all have been calm, you know, rationality in there.
Intention was to get the cue ball in behind the black, and he didn't achieve it. Really good opportunity to counter here. Not an awkward ball on the table. I was very impressed with Craig Steadman in the first match. The way he won the second frame was extraordinary. Needed a snooker with 5 reds left at his lowest ebb. Oh, and that's a pretty low ebb as well, positionally.
3.
Huge margin of error. He's really messed that up.
Yes, he's sort of blaming the cushion, but like you say, there was a large area to land in to be on the red to middle. So suddenly, it's a much tougher red with the rest that he's lining up with everything on if he misses.
Yeah, 2 shots ago, a really good effort with the rest from Steadman. And during that great escape against Wu Yize. He also potted a really good yellow using the rest and obtained position on the green, and from there it was plain sailing. Certain players have great confidence using the rest, others most definitely not. Prime example, one of our group winners yesterday, Matthew Stevens.
Well, now he's where he wants to be, so great chance for Craig Steadman. I think the thing with him is, we saw this I think against Wu Yize, he doesn't really fear playing anyone. He's been around so long now, at all levels of the game, professional and amateur, that just fancies his chances when he plays. If he plays well, he feels he can beat anybody.
Three.
Of course, were he to win this match, he plays Kresh Gubasani last, he could get to 7 points. So the fact he drew Wu Yize could end up with breaks deciding things. We'll see. A lot can happen yet for the rest of the day, including putting this frame away.
30. $31.
Now it would be useful here if he did pot the pink, because then yellow, green and brown would be all he needed. And with the brown being off its spot and the blue on the pink spot, position from brown to blue, which wouldn't be required, is clearly a little more difficult. Didn't seem the most smooth cue delivery, that, but it worked a treat. Coming around off a couple of cushions, ideally on the green. And now the brown should be a formality.
Well, an eventful frame. Craig Steadman showing his mettle again. One of those players, he's playing under amateur status, but everyone knows what he's capable of. He's been on the tour at various times in his career. He's made a winning break there to account for the opening frame here against Wang Yuchen.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Craig Steadman 1-0 up here. If you're just joining us in this group, he drew 2 each with Wu Yize, the top seed. Wang Yuchen then beat Kreash Gurbagzani 3-1. So this is the last match of the session. If either player wins it, they will be top of the group. If it ends in a draw, Wang will for now be top of the group still. Wu Yize's got 2 matches, of course, to come tonight, and they're beginning to look like must-win, both of them. We're still in the very early stages. This is only day 4 of a total of 21. The first stage is 16 days. Tomorrow, I'm very interested in the players coming in. Zhang Anda, of course, top 16 player. Daniel Wells, who made his Crucible debut, played very well, actually. Nguyen Yi, we've already mentioned, former women's world champion. His cue ball needs to hold up, doesn't it? Just has. Leon Crowley, who's a new professional from Republic of Ireland. He Guo Chang from China. And various others as well.
You touched on this earlier, Dave, talking about Craig Steadman. Came so close to regaining his card in the first event of Q School, but then going out really early in the second. And all of that means he's 18th on the Q School top-up list, which means he's not going to get in an awful lot. Maybe this and the shootout if he's lucky. So it's a big deal. Maybe that's why there was a little tension in the queue on that safety shot, and why there was the potentially expensive mistake. Rattling the cue ball in the jaws of the pocket when there are so many reds on is never recommended.
Well, Wang probably should have won the first frame against Gurbagzani, but he put it out of his mind really well, made a century in the next frame, and of course 1-3-1 with another century, 140. As the pink wriggles in. So let's see if he can do similar here. John Pellew just asking for a moment to put the pink in line here, nearest its own spot, in a line with the spots.
Yes, it's one of those operations the referees have to carry out, and they dread it really when they're officiating a fast-flowing player who's on a big break. They don't want to interrupt rhythm, but you have to be very accurate, and that's why they always are very courteous and ask for the extra few seconds to be able to do their job.
Yeah, and also I think John Pellew is the last person in this building anyone will get upset with. A lovely man he is, and does a very nice job.
Can tell you after having the first frame docked, didn't seem to affect Chang Bingyu. He's just won the second, so Rob Milkins and Chang Bingyu 1-1 on table 2. eating healthy these days, John Pellew tells me. And I think he's something of a new-found evangelist for that, because I was just upstairs in the tournament office between matches having a packet of crisps and a chocolate bar, and he came over and said, "Snacking, are you?" Yeah, I was. 16. And I will be again later, as you know, Dave.
Yeah. I think he's wasting his time if he's trying to convert you, to be honest.
Well,
Wang hoping not to make a meal of this visit, just keep nicely in control. Potentially the third century of the day. First things first, win the frame.
24.
You see that an awful lot where players are having a little bit of cueing issues, hampered a little, and they dig down into the cue ball, but in this instance it's travelled far enough. Very compact style, no nonsense. Seems quite unflustered. Might be flustered after that, though.
32.
The only good thing about that shot is he played it so badly there was no position either. What a fluke. What will it lead to? Already, flukes have had a massive effect on groups this week.
He didn't make a meal of apologising because he knows he's got to take this on, and it's not a gimme, this black.
Now, down that side of the table, if you watch an awful lot of snooker, you will know that players are overcutting balls on a regular basis. Now, we have seen the white taper off on that side of the table earlier this week, moving, as we're looking at the table, from left to right, but the way he played that, the speed he played it at, that was nothing to do with the table, that was his own fault. thing I really like about this format, you would think 4 players in a group playing each other in a round-robin format, you would think there wouldn't be that many permutations. You would be surprised. There are stacks of them. Yeah, quite often you get a player dominating a group, but also you get all kinds of twists and turns.
Yeah, there's a lot for the players to think about. I mean, normally it's just you either win or you lose. But here you can lose and potentially still get through. You can win and you're not through. And also you get a chance to just get used to the tournament. I mean, yesterday young Lan Yuhao, 16, you know, didn't fare too well in his first match. Most tournaments he would have just gone home, that would be it. But of course later on he made that wonderful 1-4-2 as Craig Steadman misses that. And still has left a chance. He's become a bit edgy. But yeah, you get 3 matches, whatever. So there's still time, even if you don't win the group, to at least leave the day pretty satisfied with how you played.
Well, after playing so well in his previous match, suddenly Wang isn't there. I was extolling the virtues of Steadman's rest play in the previous frame. Then he misses a bad one, but he's not punished in the slightest.
I think sometimes when you get a lot of mistakes in a single frame in a match, it puts pressure on actually. As you come to the table, you think, right, come on. He's struggling. He's there for the taking. I should be winning this match.
What?
So Steadman looking to use his experience. He's 43 next week. Been playing this game a long time.
Six. Seven.
Getting the black back on its own spot will be useful. Don't know whether it's my skewed perception, but
14.
I think Steadman's cueing so far in this match hasn't been as smooth as it was against Wu Yize. Maybe it's a case of no expectations in that one. Now all of a sudden he's put himself in a good position and the nerves are kicking in.
Yeah, he couldn't see the easier red. He's left a more difficult one. So very stop-start frame this. And as I say, the nerves are there on both sides. This was a more difficult red than he wanted to be playing. But how does Wang Yuchen get through to it? Can't afford to leave it there, that's the problem. Or certainly can't afford to leave it on. He's looking at this red on the right-hand side. I think all predictions are off right now here. You wouldn't really want to suggest what could happen. It's another chance for Steadman. Let's see if he can knock the red in. First things first. And then how far he gets.
One. 8. Nine.
The scores are level. But of course it's Steadman at the table in a position of power because he's controlling his own destiny. All of the 4 reds with 4 high value colours should be enough to increase his lead. Now you think, why is he down there looking at that red to the middle? Surely it will go. Well, these middles are so tight. It will go, definitely, but he needs to be in a position right behind it.
24. $31. 32.
Just about the correct angle on the blue. Not a great amount of it, though. Could not have placed it better with his hand.
37. 38.
Well, there were a lot of mistakes on both sides, but in the end, Steadman has steeled himself. This is frame ball for a 2-0 lead. So Craig Steadman, the only player in the group, of course, not actually on the World Snooker Tour, has a chance to
45.
go in front in the group. He's left this awkward. Snooker needed, but obviously you don't want to give Wang the chance to play for them, and he's left himself awkward over the blue for the yellow.
Well, if you're just joining us, the first frame of the day, Wu Yize was off like a train. 94 break in the first frame, 68 in the second, but then lapse of concentration, missed an easy blue. Craig Steadman needed a snooker. He got it on the last red, forced a free ball, cleared up, and then on the next as well, ended up with a 2-all draw against the top seed in the group. So he's well aware that this frame is not over yet.
Craig Steadman, 45.
You look at pink and green, you know, there's danger there, obviously. Snooker behind the black as well. So yeah, it's not quite a done deal yet, this frame.
Third frame on table 2 is a done deal, though. Rob Milkins back in front against Chang Bingyu at 2-1.
It didn't sort of finish great on the green to lay that snooker behind the pink.
On you 10, 2.
27 points in it, 25 on. 1 snooker required. Of course, Craig Steadman, having won a frame, having got one, knows it can happen. But of course, he's so experienced, you know, he can cause trouble himself. He nearly got one there.
Well, it was a double kiss, but it wasn't one of the dreaded variety. Lucky, in fact, to leave the green where he did, although he could be in trouble after this. Brown and pink provide a big target to get the cue ball in behind.
Well, the head comes down because he's left the green on, so it's end of frame surely. And Craig Steadman now has a big chance not only to win, but to win 3-0. He's playing Kriyash Gerbegzani later, who, it's got to be said, did struggle against Wang. So Craig Steadman, the oldest player in the group, the only amateur in the group, really in contention to get to the next stage. Wang's performance in this match nowhere near how well he played in his first one, and he came straight back on. You would have felt he would have been in good spirits and confident. Isn't performing though, and Craig Steadman is picking him off. He leads 2-0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So Wang Yuchen had the chance coming into this match to really take a grip on the group. If he'd have won it, he'd be on 6 points, but he can't win it now. The best he can do is a draw. He's 2-0 down to Craig Steadman. He really needs to focus and cut out the unforced errors. Steadman, meanwhile, with a chance to... See, they both watched that red. With a chance to top the group. Of course, if he wins this match, he'll be on 4 points.
Yeah, chief priority, as Dave said, would be to win. But if he could win 3-0, that would be profitable, potentially. table 2 in Group 28. Rob Milkins 2-1 up, and the Milkman has a good early chance in the 4th frame as well.
What?
Well, Wang put the red there, and now he's benefited from it.
Can he get back into that serene zone he was in the first match? Reminiscent really of Marco Fu traditionally through his career, although Marco was massively speeded up. He won those 2 qualifiers here last month, Wuhan and British Open, with an average shot time across the 2 matches just under 13 seconds. I mean, that's seriously quick. 5 centuries in the 9 frames he won.
Yeah, I was talking to Stephen Maguire about that on Monday, and of course he came back from 3-0 down, did Fu, to beat Maguire 4-3 in the British Open qualifier, and he said, honestly, defeat did not hurt because I've got nothing to regret. He said, Marco just played brilliantly in the last 4 frames. Nothing I could do to stop him. One of those rare players, Dave, who has got faster as he's got older.
Well, it's very unusual, isn't it? It's very often the other way. But he had eye issues, and I think he just decided when he came back he was just going to change his whole attitude. Meanwhile, Wang's just slightly lost the white here. Just needs to cue this well to continue, and then the reds are nicely open, you got to say.
15. Team.
Technically very sound Wang Yuchen. The leading Hong Kong Q Sports exponents have a really good facility there back in their home nation to hone their skills. Mentioned David Rowe, former top 16 player, being here coaching, guiding, heading that facility 26. Back in Hong Kong. Wayne Griffiths, son of 1979 world champion Terry Griffiths.
Well, just while we watch Wang Yuchen here, Robert Milkins, one of the most entertaining players still to watch. It's always a kind of one-man soap opera with Robert, but what is for sure is his talent is still there. Of course, he had the first frame given to him because Chang Bing-Yu turned up late. Chang then won the second frame, 34. But Milkins 2-1 up, 49-0 up in frame 4, with his chance to win this match. Of course, he drew 2-2 with Stephen Hallworth, and he plays 53. Ricky Walden last later today. So very much in the mix if he can win this frame.
$54.
One thing I remember about Rob Milkins last year in this phase of the tournament, I think he won his initial group, even though, and this is the thing I recall the most, even though he had a whole succession of violent miscues.
Well, this pink could be easier. He needs it. And Chang needs snookers. It's thin. No, it didn't look in. I mean, if that had dropped, then there might have been a Stewart's, I think.
54.
So not quite there yet, but in a strong position. We'll let you know how he gets on as we watch Wang continuing.
$51.
He's more like it as long as he can now press on and put the frame away. This is how he won those 2 frames with the centuries. It's been a little bit feast or famine, to go back to the John Pellew talk earlier, from Wang. He's either played exceptionally today or he struggled within, the same match.
Yeah, I think Chang Bing-Yu on the other table was a bit like that. The amount of times you see him lose a match, but in the frames he's won, he's had big scores. Here, though, highly likely
58.
now we're going to have a full complement of frames played in this session.
Yeah, 3-0's a rarity, certainly on this table. I've had a message actually from Chris Wakelin, world number 16, because he played Marco Fu as well. He said he was unbelievably quick against me, sprinting around the table, no feathers, never out of position, yet he never looked rushed. He says astonishing. So that's a dispatch from someone who's already played Marco this season.
Chris Wakelin, who I thought was one of the stars, certainly of the first week of the World Championship this year, played brilliantly in his first 2 matches, and I use that word advisedly. Knocked in some absolutely terrific balls, particularly when the cue ball was deep in bulk and he was knocking in yellows and browns to a middle pocket under pressure.
Well, Steve Davis, one of the legends of the sport, 66. Said he shed a tear at one of the balls he knocked in, one of those yellows. Just the bravery of it, the accuracy of it. Meanwhile, Wang looking to be accurate for one more shot here, and it should be 2-1. Chris will be joining us on commentary later in the Championship League. Of course, he'll be playing as well.
Yeah, I'm pleased about that. He's
73.
Good behind the microphone. We've worked with Chris before, and that will be a pleasure.
74.
Now, can Wang make his 3rd century of the day? Put it this way, if it does end up going on high breaks, he's planning to make them all, it would seem.
$81.
Now, meanwhile, a dramatic twist next door. Milkins had that pink, not easy to win the match, missed it, and Chang has the 5 colours
35
to make a winning clearance for 2-2, and that's really going to shake up the group because Milkins, of course, will be stuck on 2 points with 2 draws. Ricky Walden will be delighted, won't he? Because he beat Chang 3-1. He'll be the happiest of all of them.
88.
39.
Yeah, well, if it is 2-2, if Walden beats Stephen Hallworth in the match at 5 o'clock,
89.
Walden tops the table.
Yeah, like yesterday with Yuan Xijun.
44.
Same scenario. Pink and black needed. Wang still going, meanwhile, on table 1, looking for that 3rd century.
56.
So, for 2-2, Chang Bing-Yu turned up late. The first frame was docked, and he could easily have lost 3-1, but he salvaged a draw. Not a good result for Robert Milkins, but Chang will be delighted. 2-2. Wang, meanwhile, this black for the century. His 3rd of the day. Terrific stuff. So he's put aside the struggles from earlier in the match. And still a chance to get a point from proceedings.
104.
And how the emotions can change here, because we were talking about Steadman potentially winning 3-0, putting himself in a strong position. Right now, he could end up only drawing and, of course, on 2 points, then struggling in this group.
Not quite yet through to halfway on day 4 in the tournament. This is the 18th century we've seen.
$113.
His highest break on tour coming in today was 132, because he's already beaten that with 140. Can't quite make as many now, but 138.
116.
And the frightening thing is, you know, he's going to have work to do to win the group later, even though he's playing terrifically well. There's been frames where he hasn't played so well, but what we've seen from him in the 3 century frames is a very assured player. Got a nice manner about him around the table, nice control.
125.
This is that one, so the break ends at 125. It very much keeps Wang not only in this match, but in this group. Craig Steadman leads 2-1 with 1 frame left to play.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So Wang Yuchen's 3rd century of the day has kept him in this match, and if he can win this frame, he'll be on 4 points. He'll be top of the table for now. Craig Steadman wins it, he'll be on 4 points. He'll be top of the table for now. Wu Yize, of course, got that draw with Steadman early. He's got 2 matches to come later. You've got to think he must be cheering on the draw. Just to confirm on the other table, Ricky Walden beat Chang Bingyu 3-1, and then there were 2 draws, Milkins and Hallworth, Milkins and Chang, so Walden is top on 3 points. Plays Hallworth at 5 o'clock.
This is a very big frame for both, particularly for Wang if he can win it. He would be massively in the box seat. Mind you, you could say the same thing for Steadman.
I think if you Wu Yize, you'd take the draw here, wouldn't you? Because if Steadman were to win, and be on 4 points. He's got Kriyash Gabuzani later. He'd be favourite there, I think, with a chance to get to 7 points. So at least Wu is playing Wang, so it's in his hands to actually beat Wang. It's all this is the thing with the Championship League. You don't get this in other events. There's so many things to think about outside of actually trying to pop balls, which is the most important thing. It's already confirmed, by the way, which is great news, that the Invitation Championship League will be here in the new year. Mark Selby, the winner last year. Put it in your diaries. 2nd of January.
"177 centuries made in last season's Invitation Championship League." The standard was off the charts.
One.
Well, not the worst kiss. Left himself the long blue to the green bag.
Sort of shot. If you walk past the practice tables that are just by our commentary box, you see them knocking those in all day, but of course they're only actually meaningful in a match scenario with all the pressure that is associated with that, and he hasn't potted it there.
It wasn't a discernible snatch from Wang Yuchen. It wasn't as though he was consumed by nerves enough to physically play a bad shot, but just that grain of doubt in the mind. Now can Stedman make hay?
4. Five.
I was reading this morning about Jia Xingtong, the world champion, who was on the front of a Chinese fashion magazine. He's really become big news, as you'd imagine, in China. But one thing that he can't boast, and in fact no other player, Phil, other than Craig Steadman, can boast. Craig Steadman has got a door named after him. One of his sponsors manufacture doors and window frames, and named one of the doors the Steadman. Not even Ronnie O'Sullivan can boast that.
Name on a door and he's all over this frame.
20.
Or at least he was. He's come up short there. Yes, the red is still available, but now has to judge the reaction off the other reds. Yeah, it's... I'm not going to say guesswork, it's more involved than that, but there is a natural tendency to hit the ball a little too hard, and if you do that and make a thin contact with the bunch, that's the outcome. The last thing you want to do is leave the cue ball stuck in amongst them. Stephen Hendry had got many golden assets as a snooker player, and that was one of them. Had that innate ability to know exactly the reaction when he was playing a shot of that ilk. Taking the 6 points and literally running for cover.
27. Craig Steadman, 27.
What a triumph of queuing that was, Dave.
Yeah, and in the context of the whole day, that could be a big shot if it leads to something now. He's got himself in. We know that he can score heavily. We've seen it. Steadman will be just a little concerned. Just ran a little further than intended, hence that little sort of reaction.
Yeah, screwed back a huge way there with a minimum of effort. Must have caught that cue ball right on the nose.
Nine. $16. $17.
Sticking with this nicely.
I think what we can say, whatever really happens here, this group's going to take some sorting out. Of course, it's over to Wu Yize to try and step things up. He's the favourite coming in today, but the 2-2 draw earlier on was a blow. But of course, he's got 2 matches later. The last of them against Wang Yuchen.
$24.
Yeah, 2-2 is a good result for Wang, especially being 2-0 adrift. But it's also a cracking result for Wu Yize. Reopens the group for him.
25. 32.
Yeah, and it's not impossible, you know, the high breaks could come into it. I mean, I know it's all permutations, but for argument's sake, if both Wu and Steadman beat Gerbagsani 3-1, i.e. matching what Wang did, and then it was a 2-2 draw between Wu Yize and Wang, everyone would be on 5 points, the three of them. And then the 140 that Wang made, not to mention the other 2 centuries, could see him top the group. That's all to be decided, but it suggests a dramatic evening to come when we restart, as long as, of course, firstly, he wins this frame.
Does have a red to middle.
39.
Just trying to get back into ideal position. Good pot. He's on the black. The balls are there. It's a nice shot, but he's left it awkward. Little cannon has just left him on top of the pink.
47.
Looking at this one, it's a rather thin cut now. Still favourite to get it though.
.48.
Become a bit of an adventure this, but he's still on the yellow.
Yeah, cue ball stopped just in time. Three centuries today from Wang, but this half century, this could be the most important of the lot.
.51.
The black, red, and then a high value colour, and it, for all intents and purposes, should be 2-2.
Yes, and it could actually be a 4th century, but main thing, as you say, just finish off.
58.
A couple more pots. Craig Steadman was in earlier in the frame, just lost his way. It's amazing, you know, he missed a red exactly like that in the first frame of his first match against Kriyash Gerbagsani. Same pocket with the rest. The frame was basically over if this goes in. He was on the pink, which is all he needed. So another twist.
In his second match yesterday, Matthew Stevens missed a red with the rest to the opposite top pocket. It was also similar. Ultimately, it didn't cost Stevens, but it could cost Wang.
This is nasty, though.
7.
No problem. I guess the blue, you could say, could be, if there is a problem ball, the one. Have to get on it accurately off the brown.
Yeah, the blue's one of those shots you can drop into a middle pocket, but coming down for an easy pink, that's an entirely different proposition.
15.
He's 17 behind on arrival at the colours, so he needs the lot.
$17. $20.
Requires real precision here in terms of where he lands the cue ball. Now this is deceptive. It might look simple enough on your screens. Very little margin of error. He's doing so well, Dave.
Well, just really committed, didn't he, to the pot? So pink and black for a great steal. And a great session for Craig Steadman. He got the draw with Wu Yiza, the top seed. This looked very likely to be a draw. Wang Yuchen missed that red with the rest. What a big shot in the context of the whole group. Steadman needs the black to win. And it's a big win for Craig Steadman, who will be top of the table for now. 3-1 over Wang Yuchen, who's played some terrific snooker. He's had 3 centuries, including a 1-2-5 in this match, but he's been beaten in his second match. And, well, it's going to be a very interesting evening, to say the least. Craig Steadman, of course, with one more match to play, could get to 7 points and potentially be our group winner. So just to recap then, a dramatic day on both tables. 2 each Wu Yiza and Craig Steadman. 3-1 Wang Yuchen over Kriyash Gerbaksani, but then defeated 3-1 by Steadman. Table 2, Ricky Walden looking good there. He beat Chang Bingyu 3-1, and then there were 2 draws. Robert Milkins and Stephen Hallworth. Milkins and Chang. So if Ricky Walden can beat Hallworth first up later, then he's going to be that group winner. We've got an hour to collect our thoughts. This is how it all stands in terms of the table. Steadman then is top on 4 points. Wang Yuchen on 3. Of course, Wu Yiza's only played 1 match, but he's going to have to pull his socks up later. He can still win the group, but it looks like he's going to have to win his last 2 matches to do that. And he'll be up first, as I say, in an hour's time, 5 o'clock, taking on Kriyash Gerbaksani. So plenty to look forward to later. Who's going to come through this group? It's wide open. We will have all the action for you live 5 o'clock local time. For now, though, from the team here in Leicester, it's goodbye.
World champion, exuding class.
Two super competitive groups will be completed over the next few hours. All kinds of scenarios and permutations remain in both. That's why the concluding session of Day 4 at the BetVictor Championship League promises to be such fun. Welcome everyone to Leicester's Mattioli Arena. We've been concentrating on Table 1, where an amateur is leading the way at halfway. That's Craig Steadman, top of the Group 9 table with 4 points. But lurking, top seed Wu Yize, who with 2 wins in this session could still progress to the last 32. On the other table, Group 28 could be cut and dried after the contest that's just about to begin. You see, if Ricky Walden beats Stephen Hallworth, Walden will top the table with a match to spare. Right now, though, all 4 players in that group could yet finish number 1. Intriguingly poised, as they say.
very sharp, very focused. And that's a shot that again will live long in the memory.
It's just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shot that is.
Got the hot shots all to himself. The break of a multiple world champion, exuding class.
Two super competitive groups will be completed over the next few hours. All kinds of scenarios and permutations remain in both. That's why the concluding session of Day 4 at the BetVictor Championship League promises to be such fun. Welcome everyone to Leicester's Mattioli Arena. We've been concentrating on Table 1, where an amateur is leading the way at halfway. That's Craig Steadman, top of the Group 9 table, with 4 points, but lurking top seed Wu Yize, who with 2 wins in this session could still progress to the last 32. On the other table, Group 28 could be cut and dried after the contest that's just begun. You see, if Ricky Walden beats Stephen Hallworth, Walden will top the table with a match to spare. Right now though, all 4 players in the group could yet finish number 1. Meanwhile, first up on Table 1, it's a must-win affair for both Wu Yize and Krish Gubazani. Looking forward to the evening because I think it's guaranteed we're going to see twists and turns.
Krish Gubazani.
And joining me in the commentary box for our opening match of the session, Dominic Dale.
Yes, good afternoon again, everybody. This is the important session. Wu Yize about to take on this long red, which to him shouldn't be too difficult. Cued it nicely, but just slightly misread the movement of the cue ball with the side spin that was applied. Incredible, the first match. I mean, he had 2-0 in the bag. He missed the simplest of blues to the right centre pocket to be 2-0 ahead. He was actually already safe in the frame, but Craig Steadman got the snooker he required. Wu Yize really struggled after that.
Yeah, then the second match featured 2 centuries from Wang Yuqian, beating Krish Gubazani 3-1, 109 and 140. Wang Yuqian's highest break on tour. And the final match of the first session saw Craig Steadman win 3-1 against Wang, cleared up with 42 to win the 4th and final frame on the black. What a massive difference that could make. Here though, although Wu and Gubazani have never played each other before, you have to make Wu a big favourite.
Yes, particularly if he starts well. All sorts of things can go wrong in these short best of 4 frames sprints. Wu Yize player is very attractive to watch, very colourful style of play, has many fans, one of which I have to say is the daughter of Mark Selby, Sophia. She loves watching Wu Yize play. Strange enough though, she always calls him Dave.
Any reason, Dom?
I think it's, I don't know, it's obviously simpler perhaps, I don't know. I mean, I think she's 10, that's all. But yeah, it's probably in reference to Only Fools and Horses where, oh goodness, I always get this wrong. Is it Trigger that always calls Rodney
19.
Dave? Mark Selby, if he's listening, I'm sure he'll send me a message somewhere and correct me if I'm wrong. What has Wu Yize played for there?
27.
I see. Red next to the pink, which is possible to the right centre. Goodness, you wouldn't think so looking at that camera shot.
28.
Controlled nicely. He's pretty dead straight on the pink, but as you can see, very, very hampered.
Yeah, I've been commentating for over 30 years, and I think the most deceptive shot is definitely when someone has got a red or even the pink to the middle pocket at the apex of the bunch, and you would swear looking at it from that view it wouldn't go, and they do.
$34.
Well, number 20, Wu Yize, and there's a powerful argument to say that at some point this season he could break into the top 16.
$35.
Well, he certainly has the ability, doesn't he? But he didn't have the best start to the season, having lost in the Wuhan Open to Leicester's own Louis Heathcote. Louis, though, is a great player, it's no easy match that. But Louis did get the better of Wu Yize, 5-2, so fairly comfortable win for Louis. It's nice to see him back playing. You can see that that red next to the pink would pot, but it has to be parallel to it. Decided to go into them, but not with that much speed, strangely enough. And if he is on this red to the right corner, he'll be delighted.
Of course, he switched hands for that one. You know the old cliche, game of fractions. This is where it really is a game of fractions. If this goes, it could lead to plenty.
I'm certain it pots.
$40. $45. $46.
That's okay. Krish looking a little concerned. A cannon here on the left-hand red is all that Wu Yize was looking for, but he's forgotten to pot the black.
46.
Would you believe it, how many times you see professional players miss a simple pot through looking too far ahead at the positional cannon?
Yes, and that particular shot, I was mentioning this yesterday in commentary with Dave Hendon, that particular shot over the first 4 days of this tournament has been missed an awful lot to the far jaw for some reason.
1.
Well, with the black over the pocket, Krish expected to be on the black. I still expect him to knock this in off the side cushion, but he may have to forego positional play.
$8. Foul and a miss. Where is he? Chris Kubazani, 8, about 4. Where is he?
Not far off a free ball. It's just that loose red above the black that Wu Yize can see both sides of. In fact, I think he's taking it on. Good effort, nicely struck, but he's got a good cue ball.
And that isn't a good cue ball. Also knocking out red totally safe, which is no good when you're 42 behind. And that could make a difference now, because Wu errs himself. 43 behind. Yeah. Open table here. Krishka Bazani might well clear up, but with that red that went to the side cushion, it makes his life so much more difficult.
One.
Oh, what a good pot that was. And the position on the black is beautiful, because he can stun up into the pink and red and be guaranteed to be on this red above the black. But caught the cannon just on the thin side now, as he's still on that red. Even if he is, he will be slightly hindered by the red closest to the cue ball. Well, you can see it's dead straight, the red, but this is very awkward cueing.
Nine.
And chose, instead of cueing over that red, preferred to avoid bridging over the red, but play the shot with a lot of side spin instead. So now he's back in A1 position.
$16. $17.
It was a wobbly start from Wu Yiza, and as such he can't afford to lose this frame.
Oh, what's he done there? Overscrewed by a good 12 inches. Sometimes humidity in the auditorium can cause that to happen. You try and screw back 6 or 8 inches and you can screw back 2 feet sometimes. It's quite bizarre, but it's true.
Thank you. 24.
Always going towards that right-hand jaw as we were looking.
24.
Now though, the red on that side cushion near the blue that was the problem of Gubazani is transferred over. It's a problem for Wu.
One.
Position on the blue there would have been absolutely A1 for Wu Yiza. Cannoning the red into play would have been a formality. Certainly isn't now. Presuming he can't pot the blue, it doesn't look as though he can. Can't really see any likelihood of him cannoning the red into play either, so it could just be that he puts the cue ball in a good position to try and lay a snooker.
Green ball. 4.
Now, was that a little clumsy?
Easy.
It seemed like a guaranteed snooker behind the blue. Well, I think Gubazani could even see the potting angle. Gross error from Wu Yize, but it's not cost him yet.
Well, answers on a postcard. I mean, to come off the top cushion and pot that red was a formality. He didn't even attempt it. I was astonished, really am.
Well, the scoreboard in favour of Wu Yize, but the ball's most certainly in favour of the player chasing. Everything's there.
Well, that, from my point of view, is not a good safety shot. He's fluked a snooker there. Look where the red is. If that's not a snooker, the pot is on. Got to have kept the red safe. Fortunately, he's been gifted this frame now. That was a decent escape, but Gubazani has been unfortunate there to leave the red the way he has.
One.
Looks as though Wu, badly in need of a good start, he's going to make one in terms of winning the frame. Not been greatly convincing though, Dom.
No, not really. Began well this frame for Wu Yize, but a couple of mistakes at crucial times could have cost him this first frame, no doubt about it. He's won it in the end.
9. $12. 16. 21.
Wu Yize, the top seed in the group, would be right back in the mix if he were to win the match.
27.
Well, in that regard, he's right back in the mix. One down, 2 more to go, and then, if he can win his last match of the day against Wang Yuchen, that opening draw, well, it will be a case of let's forget about it and move on.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
The final session of the day, which is day 4 of the BetVictor Championship League, is underway. Warriors up 1-0 up on Krish Gubazani in a match that both must win.
Always nice to get the first frame under your belt in these very short format matches. There are 100 places separating these players in the world rankings. Wu Yi's are currently ranked 20th in the world. Krish Gubazani ranked 120th in the world.
A flicky double kiss, but no damage done. Can tell you the first frame on table 2 of the session is now in the books. Ricky Walden leads Stephen Hallworth 1-0. Just a reminder there, if Walden wins that match, he will top the table.
Attacking safety shot there from Krish, but not the best one. The cue ball, had it been tight to this top cushion, would have really limited what Wu Yi's could do with the cue ball. But by cannoning into the yellow, that's not the best safety from him either. Possibility of a cut into the right centre, could play the same red, the one next to the pink, into this top right corner. That would give him more positional options. It's a lovely target, both yellow and green, to try and get the cue ball in behind. Couldn't be done from that shot though, but maybe Wu Yi can get close to yellow and green here.
A slightly thinner kiss on the yellow and he would have slotted in nicely there. Mind you, he's still very much in the ascendancy tactically.
I think that, if it isn't a snooker, is as good as one. He may be able to make contact with the 4 reds near the pink spots, but that's no good at all. Don't know if he can come off the side cushion and miss the 2 reds together to the left of the black to rest upon the red tight to the top cushion. That would be #1 choice if the angle is there for that shot. yellow being behind the cue ball like that is really causing problems here. Could be a couple of shots he could play, coming off a couple of cushions to glance a red to take the cue ball back to bolt, but having to cue over the yellow makes that shot nigh on impossible. He's in all sorts of trouble here.
Yeah, all sorts of trouble indeed. So one good positional shot here, and Wu Yize would be banging the balls.
One.
Not good. I think the red just to the left of the cue ball is obscuring his path to the black, and yeah, body language confirms that.
Well, he's put himself in all sorts of trouble here. He could possibly rest upon the black, but cue ball would be in no man's land. He'd be guaranteed to leave a pot on, so I think the black is out the equation, really.
Yellow ball.
Now he's going to try and contact the yellow. I prefer green. Oh dear, it's found the pocket. Well, that surely will go back. It's a shame we can't nominate a yellowy green in this particular instance. Oh, he's got to have this put back. I can understand the reason for the hesitation in doing so, because should Wu Yize actually make contact with the yellow, he could be in a lot of trouble, but you wouldn't want to be taking a long red on when your opponent's in this sort of predicament.
Check up, please. Little bit, eh?
This is one of those refereeing replacements that has to be really precise.
Okay. Please, thank you. Please declare. Yellow. Yellow ball.
So he's nominated yellow again. This is close. Oh, he's nailed it. Great shot, but I don't for one moment suggest that Kriyesh Gubitsanis played or made the wrong decision there in having the cue ball replaced. I think he did the right thing. It was a very tough shot, and he really shouldn't have gone for the long red, and he did decide against it.
That's what you call turning the initiative on its head.
Foul and a miss for Wu Yize.
Yeah, foul and a miss. He's short of pace, but he's found a good shot to play. If he just managed to rest upon those two reds together, it would have been completely safe. But he can have another go at it.
While the cue ball is being replaced, I can tell you that Ricky Walden won that first frame, thanks largely to a break of 62. And he's also going nicely in the second, currently leading Stephen Hallworth by 51 points to 0. In the balls as well. Been a good day for Walden so far in winning 3-1 against Chang Bing-yu. First up, he had breaks of 79 and 78.
Yeah, Rick is a player that's changed cues again recently. He's decided to go back to something that he played with many years ago that he felt suited his game better. I think he's proving the point to himself that it's been a good decision to make.
Yeah, sorry. If you don't have the ball on up, more the frame to your opponent. Thank you.
Yes, you may have heard referee John Pello issuing the warning there to Kriyesh Gubertzani. If he doesn't contact a red this time, the frame will be awarded to Wu Yiza. That's because he can see a ball fall on. So just had a bit of a wild yahoo there, hoping for the best. I don't think it's worked out too favourably.
It could have been a little worse, but that's clutching at straws.
Well, yeah, I see your point, Phil. If the red to the left corner isn't on, it would be a little awkward, but it is on, it appears, just about. But he needs that cue ball to slow down.
One.
Has it? Just.
I can tell you Ricky Walden has basically won the second frame against Stephen Hallworth, so one more frame needed and he will be home and hosed.
Yeah, Ricky Walden, one of those players who puts everything into his matches. Getting the job done so far very nicely over on the other table.
One of snooker's real good guys, Ricky Walden. Career derailed by a very unfortunate back injury. He could play the game with the bad back, but only for short periods, so his practice was severely curtailed, and of course at this level you have to practice. That was a while ago now. But of course he fell down the rankings as a consequence.
Doubt very much whether Wu Yiza intended to be on the pink to the right centre, but it's absolutely ideal. That will be back on its spot very shortly. And therefore right in and around all the reds.
21.
After seeing the second frame against Craig Steadman snatched away in the opening session, he won't be taking anything for granted, and neither should he.
Still a bit awkward, the two reds together near the right corner in one another's way. Neither of them will pot. And therefore the red that's just next to those two reds won't pot either, I don't think. But he's played that nicely for a choice of red
29.
To the left centre. Don't think the pink pots to the left corner
30.
either. So he's having to work pretty hard for a precise position here.
36.
Only two fairly easy ways to get onto. The one he's just potted and the one up in bulk.
Always a real bonus when you're break building and you have one red at least in bulk that you can use as a fail-safe. Vintage stuff from Ricky Walden, by the way. I think he's just made 137 break. That's the 5th century of the day across the two tables. Walden comprehensively 2-0 up on Stephen Hallworth. Maybe a glimmer of hope now for Gubazani.
He could, in theory, attempt the red that's above the cue ball into the yellow pocket. The cue ball would actually finish somewhere near the yellow. So the only ball he could leave would be the red if he took it on. Looks as though he may be taking it on. Long way off, and he's in off.
Foul. Way easy, 45 for Chris Gubazani.
Actually, I was doing Ricky Walden a disservice. He made a break of 143 in the second frame, which is the highest of the tournament so far, eclipsing the 142 from Lan Yu Hao yesterday. Not the best of kisses. The pink could have been promoted towards the middle pocket, but it's gone past the middle pocket.
Blue ball.
And this blue will take some knocking in. Especially when you miscue violently.
Well, we've seen a few miscues. Further evidence of humidity within the auditorium.
Also evidence today on this kind of shot from Wu Yize. He's undercut quite a few, so caught the right hand jaw as we're looking. Not that time.
One.
And from here, he should go on to 2-0.
Eight. Nine.
It's been a really good start to the session for both top seeds in their respective groups. Wu Yize not at his best, but this match was always going to be about the result.
16.
Just had to win. That was the main thing. We don't know if he's going to win yet. What we do know, he will lead 2-0.
24. $25. Easy 25 and the free.
It was a missed black offered spot, but frankly, so what? With a 70-point lead and only 2 reds on the table, Krish Gubazani has no option but to concede, and so Wu Yiza 2-0 up, 1 more needed for what would be a vital win.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
At 12 noon today, Wu Yiza and Craig Steadman began what ultimately was a 2-all draw. Incredibly, Wu Yiza made breaks of 94, 68, 92 and 48 to draw 2-2. He played, I thought, very nicely. He's not played as well in this match yet, nowhere near, but he is 2-0 up. Gets this frame tucked away, then he can concentrate on his last match against Wang Yuchen to try and get to 7 points and see if that's going to be enough to go through. Six completed groups thus far, and 3 top seeds have succeeded before today. So Wu Yiza and Ricky Walden could easily make that 5 out of 8. But of course, Craig Steadman is the man
Third frame,
who's blocking Wu Yiza's path in this group.
Yes, Craig Steadman up against Krish Gubazani next. That will be following this match. It'll be an important match as well, particularly for Craig Steadman to keep his good run going. At 2-0 down, maybe an opportunity here for Krish to just open the reds up a little bit and get a good cue ball.
Well, he did one half of the job. Not the best cue ball. White only just creeping back into bulk, putting no pressure on Wu at all. Well, what an extraordinary shot. That was a complete fluke, and then I suppose you could say he's unlucky to knock in the green. And now the position he's put himself in is more tricky than the one Gurbazani put him in a shot ago.
Definite chance of a cuttable red to the left corner. If he were to play the rightmost red of the two together, there'd be a better chance of position to a colour, but strangely he's playing the other one. So can under secondary red, and he's on nothing.
Chris Gurbazani, 1.
Throughout the course of this season, there are going to be umpteen instances where big players are involved in big finals against big opponents, and they would find it difficult to play a shot like that, tucking right in behind the brown when the pressure's on. It's not as easy as it looks. Of course, the closer you get to the ball, the better the snooker. The more you reduce your rival's options.
If you could drop on the two reds together just below the pink, it'd be perfectly safe. It's just a case when you're in a situation like this to find the easiest shot available that guarantees safety. Also resting upon the right-hand red of the two on the top cushion is another option. I think that's his chosen one. This needs to keep running to be safe.
And a miss. 4.
It hasn't run, so there's a definite chance of a red along this top cushion here. The black's available in the opposite corner.
Yes, and Gurbazani knows that Wu had the right line there, not the right pace.
1.
Oh, no real attempt to get good position on the black. Personally, I wouldn't want to be taking this on. It's a very thin cut, and the cue ball's going to be cannoning into all sorts of different reds. Well, if this doesn't go in, you'd expect it to cost you the match.
Chris Gurbazani,
I don't think he's got away with this.
And again, that shot I keep talking about. Cutting back blacks off the spot. Far more often than not, they're being undercut, and that was grossly undercut. So really, given his calibre, Wu should be in for the kill. And on table 2, Ricky Walden might be in for the kill because Stephen Hallworth has just missed a black when he was promisingly situated.
8.
Choosing this red because position to the black is more a certainty. He'd like to be able to screw back for the red next to the black, which I think he can do there. I think he's played that perfectly. So the red above the black to follow into the same pocket.
$16. 17. 24. 25.
That's not quite ideal for Wu Yize. He's just going to have a look to see if the pink spot's available. It's not easy to play for red now into the right corner. You'd have to leave the cue ball in a very precise position to find a little gap. The pink spot's occupied. Does it go on the yellow spot? Maybe Wu Yize expects it to. This is interesting. Where's the pink going to go? Will he be on a red?
$31.
I think he's on the red. I think he's just having a look to see if the pink will possibly go into the right corner.
$32.
Now bear in mind that after their 2-all draw, Wu and Steadman beat Wang Yuchen 3-1. So that means if Wu wins this match 3-0, for now he's top of the table. That's for Krish Gubazani though, of course.
43.
With a defeat earlier, and now this one.
44.
That's the end of hopes of topping the table. It was when he went 2-0 down.
$51.
Don't think he's straight enough on the red to quite hold for the pink. Oh, he may be able to cannon the red into play anyway.
52.
Sacrifice position just a little bit. But if you can pop this blue, followed by one more red in colour, this match should be over pretty quickly.
By the way, Walden didn't make the most of his chance on table 2. Hallworth now back at the table scoring. Try to win this frame and the next to salvage a 2-all draw. It's been a case of Wu Yize being a nearly man today, nearly winning frames, having a couple of them snatched away. Will this be a third?
One.
Does he have an angle on the black to cannon the red into play? Decided to drop him behind this one. He's just overran it slightly. How brave are you feeling, Krish? He's fancied dropping the red in down the cushion.
Well, of course, it was this time in the second session last night where Yuan Sejun potted 13 reds, 13 blacks, chance of a 147, missed a similar red to that, to the same pocket.
Krish Gubazani, 8.
And you have to think that is that.
One.
Certainly now. The pink would put him 41 ahead, so just one more red required. You might think it's reckless playing left-handed at this stage, but he's so good left-handed.
7.
I don't think it is at all reckless.
8.
So battle joined at the top of Group 9.
13.
Wu Yize joins Craig Steadman on 4 points.
13.
And that's because he has just defeated Krish Gubazani of India by 3 frames to 0. Keeping a clean sheet there might be very important in the final analysis. Next up, Gubazani stays on the table to take on Craig Steadman. Steadman would love a win to put the pressure on Wu. 5 minutes time. Some more action coming your way.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
So much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
So the action continues here at the Mattioli Arena in Leicester. This is the state of the group. It's a tight one, isn't it? Look at that. After they've all played 2 matches, Wu Yize and Craig Steadman both on 4 points. Of course, Wu winning 3-0. That's why he's top of the table. Wang Yuchen on 3 points, and Kriyash Gerbaksani clearly can't win. Play 2, no points at all. But every match important, every frame important, and this next match gives Craig Steadman a chance to put the pressure on Wu Yize. If Steadman can beat Gerbaksani, he'll move up to 7 points, and then Wu Yize is going to have to beat Wang Yuchen in the last match. So Steadman will be well aware of that. Stole that victory, didn't he? Very fortunate what's happened on the break-off, by the way. Slightly butchered it, but the cue will just flick the red and ended up okay. But yeah, he cleared up to win 3-1 on the black when he looked like it was going to be 2-2, so that was a big frame to win. Let's see, though, if Kriyash Gerbaksani can get something out of the day. Of course, he did win that first frame against Wang Yuchen with a good clearance, but not much to cheer since then. But let's see. Can't win the group, but can still end the day on a high.
Green ball.
Steadman actually apologised because he thought he got away with the break-off, but his opponent has not won in all the same.
Just was able to pot that red with the aid of a trace of left-hand side, probably just to help flick it in. There's a good opportunity he's created for himself here. 4 reds in open play, maybe 5. Black will pot into both corners. He'd be disappointed not to score pretty well here.
11.
Of course, it's his second year on tour, so it's going to be a struggle to stay on 120 in the rankings after finishing the top 64. There's another route just on one season's points. The top 4 on that can stay on, but realistically
18.
We're going back to the, I guess, the Asia Oceania Q school. But anyway, we'll see. It's a very early season yet. One thing about this Championship League, though, it's a great leveller. Everyone plays the same format on one of 2 tables. It's not like a sort of 8-table affair where no one sees you. You get your chance, 3 matches. And as I say, now that he knows he can't win the group, he may well play well in this match. And of course, that will affect
26.
The group placings. I'm sure Wu Yize is cheering him on backstage, and maybe even Wang Yuchen, who's not completely out of it yet.
Positive shot that he played there. Hasn't really worked out for him. It's been a little unfortunate. The red's on, of course, to the right-hand corner pocket, the one that's nearest the black, but so severely hampered, can't really attempt it. Is he trying to cut this one in instead? I think he did try to cut it in. Playing like a player now that's just going to have a go at a few and enjoy it a little more. He's playing a little freer, a little more quickly.
Which makes him potentially quite dangerous, because Steadman, of course, really will be determined to win the match. Caught that on the thick side. Last thing he wanted to do.
Very awkward cueing. Craig Steadman was extremely fortunate. He's only played a couple of shots and he's messed both of them up. He's obviously aware of the group situation, Craig Steadman, and hardly surprising he's playing like somebody who's feeling a little bit of pressure early on.
Free. Four.
Just looking at the configuration of those 6 reds near the pink, just wonder if the one closest to the pink will pass into the right corner. I think that will dictate the shot that Craig
11.
plays next off his next intended colour. So 1 or 2 reds may be available within that little group.
12.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a difference in sort of the pressure. Gerbick's on, he's not really under any, really. And Steadman, he's bang under it. Still got a chance. Well, at least he's not left it. 2-1 Ricky Walden against Stephen Hallworth. Ricky had a 1-4-3. That's his highest break on the World Snooker Tour for 14 years.
Oh. You touched with your finger. Yes.
Wow, our referee Natalia Gradinari, I think, has declared a foul
on
Craig Steadman. The rest has actually made contact with that little group of reds near the pink. Well spotted.
Yeah, eagle-eyed, as most of these referees are, of course. Of course, her son, he's also a player, isn't he? Young Vlad trying to get on the tour.
Yes, I think he had a little bit of a run in the shootout, and Natalia was in the audience cheering him on. It was great to see, I have to say. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, another country where once upon a time snooker, no one will know what it was. Moldova. Great to see so many of these countries are now discovering the sport and finding talented players. Of course, he has come over, Vladislav, to the UK. Just a little stalemate here. Red's down the bulk end.
Yeah, just give you a quick update on what's happening on the other table. Ricky Walden in action against Stephen Horwath, and he's dangerous surrendering a 2-0 advantage there. Ricky Walden looked really good. We're going to have a quick look at it here. Now, Ricky Walden was 2-0 up in this match, playing fantastically, but I don't know where the pressure's got to him, but he's beginning to make the odd mistake, and there's a chance here for Stephen Horwath to salvage a draw from this match.
8.
Of course, it's available for you directly via our Matchroom Multisport YouTube channel. But interesting times here.
Meanwhile, Craig Steadman getting nowhere near the red, actually. Yeah, we'll let you know if Stephen Horwath can get a draw there, and that really shakes the group up. We won't go into all the permutations now, but he would actually still be in contention himself. Although that 1-4-3 from Walden is in the locker, isn't it? If it comes down to high breaks, it's going to be hard to beat that, clearly.
I can't really see much that Craig can do with this. Can he see enough of this red to get back in behind the black? That's a really dig down. He'd be delighted with this. It's about as good as I think he could have done. Very important, if you can, to get the keyboard tight to this top cushion. It would prevent your opponent from playing a shot similar to this one. Oh, it's just that well, very well. So Craig has a little bit of a problem now.
Well, not good for Steadman. It's a very scrappy start, but important moments next door. As you can see, Stephen Horwath just slightly hampered here. He is in front by a point. Just left it a little awkward over this green, stretching as well, as he attempts to force a 2-2 draw with Ricky Walden. In goes the yellow, though.
54.
So if he can land nicely on the brown, he's surely going to take the point. That would be his second of the day. He drew with Robert Milkins as well. And he stays on to play Chan Bing-yu with a chance still to get to 5 points if he can win this frame.
57.
Looks good. Looks very good. Just checks the scores. He's 6 in front. So he needs brown and blue. And remember, Ricky Walden's had a 1-4-3 in this match. He led 2-0.
61.
So this has been a very impressive rearguard response from Allworth.
66.
And as I say, if you can win his last match, then got a chance potentially even to win the group, certainly finish second.
72.
It's going to be a 79 clearance with the black. So Ricky Walden, who was flying high, has been pegged back a little. He's still okay on 4 points, but Stephen Allworth on 2, Robert Milkins on 2, Chan Bing-yu on 1. It's a tight group, that, with 2 matches to play. Walden plays the last match against Milkins later, so he'll still be in his hands. If he were to win that, he'll win the group. But well done to Stephen Allworth there. Commentating tomorrow, we don't really want him in a bad mood, do we?
I don't think I've ever seen Stephen Allworth in a bad mood. Cleverly played the cue ball in behind the black. He's absolutely nailed that. Excellent, excellent shot.
It's one of those, if that had gone wrong, he would have looked a rank amateur, but it didn't. He played it really well. Gerbeck's only with a 26-point lead, but those reds are all in potable positions.
That's not a bad double kiss, to be honest, where the cue ball had finished anyway. Craig wouldn't have had an easy red. This is a similar difficulty. It's further away, the red next to the blue. I'm amazed he's not taking it on. Goodness me. The red next to the blue. No one turns those down. Ah, that's just pressure. I mean, Craig's a fabulous player. He's been on the tour before, and he has been as high as number 66 in the world 9 or 10 years ago, but you know, he's been out of the spotlight a little bit in recent times, and this is what it does to you. You just don't have the bravery to take on shots. I mean, speaking about Craig, he would certainly have taken on himself just a few years or so ago, but he recognises the importance of this match. Would it be odd though if he took this red on, because it's more difficult than the one he's just refused? I don't think anything can be done much with this. It's set to roll the red towards the black. Yeah, that's all he could do. Extraordinary frame, this. I think Craig is playing like somebody under a lot of pressure, and Crease just wants to get a win on the board and maybe not come last in the group, perhaps.
This table isn't sloping, but all the balls have gone down towards blue spot and into bulk.
Craig could play thin off the right-hand red of the two together near the yellow, but if he were to catch it just fractionally thick, he could easily cannon into that group of balls near the blue. What's he playing here? Is he attempting the pot? Just rolling it in. He expects it to be safe. As long as the green is hiding the red above the blue, which may be cuttable to the left centre, he'll be okay here.
I always think, for all the practice the players do, you're never going to set them up like this, are you? And think, okay, how do what do I do in this scenario? It's a bit of a standoff here, Dominic. I just wanted to ask you about how retirement is going, because you've had a routine for over 30 years, you plan for qualifiers and tournaments. Are you happy to be free of all that, or is part of you missing it?
No, I'm not missing it at all. I mean, I'm only recently retired, but it's something you think about over a long period of time, and you plan ahead, really. You think, what will I do when I'm retired? How will life be? But I've got a lot of extraneous interests, and of course the summer now is here, and I live in the Cotswolds, so I do a lot of runs and walks. That takes up a lot of time as well, that helps. But I'm not missing it at all, and it's lovely not to have emails from the governing body and entry packs and everything. And it's something occurred to me when I looked at some of the performances so far in the qualifiers. It just dawned on me, I used to get the draws coming through, and because so many of them are open, I remember being so nervous looking at the draw to see who I might play, knowing I could have a really tough draw or a draw I'd be delighted to have. And that's a lot of pressure as well, because you really do need to win those first rounds in tournaments, because if you don't get any ranking points, you don't get any prize winning, and it's tough. There's a lot of pressure, and I'm very glad to be free of it all day, but thanks for asking.
Well, you're looking well on it, I've got to say. A lot of outdoors rather than inside trying to pot balls.
I think it helps as well, because I'm going to really embrace the seniors tour. I'm going to have fun on that, so we'll be playing a little bit, and I've got a couple of exhibitions to do actually next week. One, funny enough, in Stephen Hallworth's club in Lincoln, and one in the Oldham Snooker Academy, not too far, funnily enough, and Craig Steadman.
Well, let's hope the exhibition is a little more entertaining than this frame, which is ground to a bit of a halt, hasn't it? Let's be honest. Well, didn't quite get him behind the blue, but I don't think he's left one on.
That's another part of life, really. As you get older as well, you're in a situation like this, and you try to force yourself to play what you know is the right shot, take something on, and you just can't. You're just so fearful of mistake. You just play yourself into a stalemate, and that's a horrible feeling. It's just something that will happen to you with age. It's called wisdom, I suppose. So Craig had a chance of a red there, but just didn't want to take the risk. He has played a good safety, though. Problem is, with that little shelf of 3 reds on the bulk cushion, they're easy to lay up upon.
Well, the impasse has been, you suspect, ended there. For now, anyway. Funny old frame, though, this.
One.
Steadman is still going to have those 3 reds in a line to work out on the bulk cushion.
Yes, he needs to work out a way of going into those 3 reds, preferably from a bulk colour, because if you were to go into them from the pink and screw into them, the chances are you cannon the first red and they'd shunt across, the other red would move on the other side, and 2 reds would probably just jam together and not really move anywhere. So if you he can cannon into the 3 reds from a bulk colour, they may just shift quite nicely. He could just roll the pink in and leave an angle on the red just next to those 3 in a line, and he could screw into those 3 reds and they should open quite nicely, but he'd have to trust to luck then for position on a colour. Well, number 1, don't take your eye off the pot if you are going to screw into the 3 reds. Yes, I mean, in truth, that cue ball could have finished anywhere. I guess you think, well, there's 6 colours on the table, so we've got a good chance of landing on one of them, but could have finished a lot better for Steadman. Pink. Those extra 6 points could be very useful, but it would be a little risky to take on this red next to the green. If it wobbles, he could develop the 2 reds near the cushion. Nearly did, but it was risky. It was difficult to avoid a cannon. And he has not got away with it. No, so now Steadman pinning his hopes on the 2 reds still together just off the baulk cushion. Kerbiksani, though, delighted to be still in front as he returns to the table.
One.
On the red is there to
5.
Bring the other 2 into play. In fact, it's a natural angle to cannon the right-hand red of the 2 together to push the left-hand red towards the yellow pocket. Well, that's
6.
not bad. Sounds a ridiculous thing to say with the cue ball where it is, but if you can drop that green in slowly, he'll block the pocket for the red near the
Green ball.
centre pocket. I don't think he'd leave the other one on. It's near the yellow pocket. Well, he's played it more positively in that, and he's knocked it in. Well played. That was a pressure shot that he's just knocked in, and he could well have won in this first frame.
9. Black ball. Well,
needs this red and any colour, but this red's a little thinner than it may appear. And he's missed it. Needs a bit of luck. Goodness me, he's had some.
17.
It's been like a deciding frame, hasn't it? It's frame 1. I mean, what are the rest of the frames going to be like in this match, if this is any guide?
He's very nervous, Craig Steadman. He was up off that shot almost the moment he struck the cue ball.
Yeah, and I suppose same point really. If he's feeling it in frame one, what's it going to be like later on if he needs to win, you know, the fourth frame or something? Because of course, you know, Craig will play in any tournament, but the amateur scene, you don't have the TV cameras, the ranking points, as much prize money, all the rest of it. It means a lot for him, I'm sure, to be in this event. And he's in a position where he could win this group and come back later on in the month.
Oh, what's Krish done there? I think this red cuts in, doesn't it?
One.
Steadman made that good clearance to secure the 3-1 win over Wang Yuchen in the last match of the first session. Can he make another one here? Been nervy during this frame. They both have really.
Eight.
Well, he's left himself ideally on this yellow. If he can manage to just screw back a couple of feet or more, he'll be beautifully on the green.
Ten. $13.
Well, it sort of feels like he's got the hard work out of the way, but it's not always the case. There's still pressure on these, but can't ask for really much of a better chance now to win the frame.
17. $22.
Didn't make a meal of that. He wasn't ideal on it, but he's knocked it in, so he needs the black. And despite all the nerves in this frame, Craig Steadman will be 1-0 to the good. Funny old frame, but it's gone to Craig Steadman. Still in with a good chance of winning this group. He leads by a frame to 0.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Well, maybe winning that frame the way he did will just calm things a little for Steadman. In the end, he was asked to make a clearance and he made it. It was a big mistake, wasn't it, from Gerbaksani to leave that red on. Anyway, frame 2 of possible 4. And this is where, again, the machinations come in because, of course, Wu Yize won 3-0 in the previous match, so Steadman would love to win this 3-0 and be sort of on level terms in terms of the frame difference. Remember, they drew 2 each against each other.
Another shot by Krish Gerbaksani that's been played far too slowly. It's often the case, isn't it, when there's a couple of reds up in bulk or near bulk, you can't risk playing a safety shot there, so you end up doing this.
Chang Bing-Yu's won the first frame against Stephen Hallworth. There were chances on either side there, but it's gone to Chang, who thankfully has got here on time for this match because he was docked a frame earlier. His match with Robert Milkins.
The reds have now been spread open a little bit, so that will encourage a more open frame.
What?
Well, certainly now. What a pot that was. Fraught with risk. If that red wobbled, Craig Steadman would have been right in.
As it is, if you can just keep tight control here, this is an excellent scoring chance. Black available, red's available. Blue and pink if he needs them.
9. $16. 17.
Can he see the blue? Obviously not. Having to play the brown, and all of a sudden he's just a little out of position now.
Yeah, and just adding to a little bit of pressure to make sure he knocks it in, which he's done. coached by former Indian player Yasin Merchant.
21.
Worth saying as well, he's still young.
22.
Still only 22. Practiced at Dings Academy in Sheffield. It'd be great, I think, wouldn't it, to have a World Cup back as some sort of team event, because there's so many nations now with really good players. I mean, you look at Belgium, Brissell, Leclerc and Mertens. There's a team right from the off. Poland now have got some really good players on tour. We'll see one of them actually tomorrow, Anthony Kowalski. Well, in fact, I think it's Saturday, but anyway, he'll be here this week. Of course, in terms of India, Ishpreet Singh Chadha also on tour.
Yeah, you mentioned Yasin Merchant. I'd completely forgotten about Yasin Merchant, but I remember him very well now you've mentioned his name. When I turned pro, there was another Indian player, actually. Lovely fellow and a very capable player, Sonic Multani.
Yes, and Geet Sethi, of course, also was a snooker professional, but he was much better known as a world billiards champion. Pankaj Advani as well. Did play on the tour, but better known for billiards. So there's a real rich Q Sports heritage in India. In fact, we've had ranking events, haven't we? Matt Selt won the most recent, that was back in 2019.
37.
Well, that cannon hasn't worked out quite as Kriyash intended, but he's still okay. Just. Could have played that a little better. This black is very missable, but the cue ball will be running up the table towards the red next to the yellow. So he only needs to focus on the pot here. Played it so well, he has a choice of two reds.
52.
Well, he's still going, and Craig Steadman, having made what looked like a sort of killer clearance in the first frame, he's just sitting watching. Wu Yiza, I'm sure, cheering on Gurbaksani here. And Wang Yuchen. Remember, Wang Yuchen is on 3 points. If he were to beat Wu Yiza, obviously he'd be on 6.
59.
So he's hoping that Steadman certainly doesn't win this match.
60.
Good stuff, this. He's not made a century yet on the World Snooker Tour. It'd be lovely to see him do it, wouldn't it, here?
That's something that Kriyash will be knowledgeable of. He'll know that he hasn't made a century break on the professional tour. That's something you do remember. So he'll be trying very hard here.
73. '74. '78. '79.
Well, he's enjoying himself now. Well, not so much after that shot.
84.
Can he still pop this in the middle? Not far away. Well done.
85.
Still not out of the woods.
Yes, unlucky the cue ball's on the cushion, but he has a perfect angle on the pink if he can just pot it.
Oh, well done. 2 good recovery shots, so really should make this century now. That'll make him feel great. It's not been his day, obviously, but that's the beauty of the Championship League. You get 3 matches.
92.
And in his 3rd one, he's playing his best snooker of the day.
'98. 99.
This pink then for Kriyash Gerbaksani's first century break on the World Snooker Tour. Well done.
$105.
Yeah, let's not forget the red he got in with. He stroked that red into the top right-hand corner. It was a terrific pot, fraught with risk. But in it went, and this is the result.
110.
Just shows, you know, these guys down the rankings, they can all play. It's about trying to bring it out more consistently. The pressure's off a little bit, I guess, because he can't win the group, but even so, we're seeing here just how good he is.
119.
Well, he's missed that, but he's disappointed, isn't he? But he's made the century, 119, he's first on tour, and he's levelled the match emphatically at 1 each.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So Craig Steadman just had to sit that frame out, 119 from Kriyash Gerbaksani. 1 each, 2 frames remain. Steadman, remember, coming in on 4 points. He can still win the match and get up to 7. Wu Yize therefore would have to beat Wang Yuchen to win the group. Wu Yize on 4 points as it stands, but of course if Steadman either draws or even loses, then Wu Yize's task becomes easier, and indeed Wang Yuchen is in contention as well. We'll explain all about the permutations when that match gets underway, because we'll know what they are then.
Chance now to open a few reds into play. A little bit thin, but maybe all right. The red closest to the right corner may cut in, but it's certainly thin.
One.
Well, suddenly he's enjoying himself, isn't he? Playing confidently now. I thought it was a good sign, though. How disappointed he was when he missed the pink. He wanted the total clearance. I mean, he wasn't just satisfied with the century. That's actually quite a good sign. That's not a good sign, catching the blue.
Four.
I think with the majority of the very top players, they trust their cueing from the word go and always back themselves to pot good balls. But a lot of the low-ranked players, sometimes they just need to make a decent break before they trust themselves to take on difficult pots and play their way they want to play. In Kriash's terms, that's to play a little bit quicker. It seems to suit him more.
Oh. Craig Steadman, 4. One.
Well, black tied up, blue on the cushion. Pink not in the best spot either, so a lot of work to get this break going.
Did well to get the cue ball there. The pink is pottable into the left centre. If you were to leave the cue ball somewhere near that right side cushion. And it may well then pot into the left corner once it's respotted. But he just had too much angle on the red there to drop onto the pink. And he's a little straighter on the yellow than ideal, so he really is having to fight hard here to maintain good position.
Seven.
He's been unlucky there. He would have been on the pink had that red not come across and blocked the pocket. Incredible, he says.
Green ball. Craig Steadman 8.
Good shot choice, really. He has left a red along the top cushion, but it's a big ask to try and get onto a colour from it. Oh dear, was a little adventurous, surely. Has he got away with it? I think he has.
Yeah, the white found a gap somehow there, rather than sort of careering into the reds. It somehow made it out of there. And this is the thing with snooker. I mean, these guys are so skillful and they put all the work in, but sometimes just a bit of luck can make a huge difference. It could have, I mean, we've just seen him make a century. That could have been 2-1 to Gerbicsani there if he'd got on a red. There's the gap between the two reds. You can see the overhead. Ridiculous, really.
Oh dear, oh dear. I think what may have happened there is that the cue ball could have just drifted a few millimetres, that's all, because Krieš was just attempting to glance the red next to the black to bring both into play. But of course, if it did just roll off a couple of millimetres, that's the reason he's gone in off. You do look silly when that happens.
1.
Well, it magnifies Steadman's bit of fortune, doesn't it? So he's now straight back in. (2-0) it is to Champing Yu against Stephen Hallworth on table 2. And next frame in the balance. Ricky Walden, Robert Milkins, the last match on there.
Six.
Steadman can certainly get the ball moving, can't he? He's got a lot of power.
10.
Well, that's very awkward now for Craig. He's too straight on the brown to easily get onto his next red. So because of that, he'll probably be playing for the red nearest the right corner now, but from a positional point of view, that could be awkward. Could it be worth trying to flick that red away from the black very delicately?
20.
Don't think he played for the red next to the pink, but it would be the ideal one to remove. It then makes the pink possible into the right centre. That could be a big help.
One. 24.
Just potting that red previously into the centre pocket and making the pink more accessible has made a big difference here now. It's now a chance to win the frame from here.
25.
I wonder if he'll stay to watch the Wu Yize Wang Yuchen match, or someone will text him. If he does win the group, Craig Steadman, it started in that second frame, didn't it? It looked for all the world like Wu Yize, who was playing very confidently, would lead him 2-0, but he managed to steal that one and ultimately, of course, got the draw. Made the clearance to get the win against Wang Yuchen as well. He's played some good stuff under pressure in the group to date.
31.
That was a good pot because he made life difficult for himself there, but he's perfectly on this pink now. So pink, red and colour to re-establish the lead. Guarantee a point.
$38.
We'll watch, obviously, to see if Steadman can just see this out. Looks like he will. Played another good shot to get on the pink, but Chang Bing-Yu has just potted a great green, a long green, to give himself the chance to wrap up a 3-0 win over Stephen Allworth. Been an eventful day for Chang, beaten by Ricky Walden, turned up late against Robert Milkins, was Dr. Frame, but still drew 2-2. He's not going to win the group, but of course it's prize money differential for placings. Left himself a bit further from the pink than he would have liked, but he just needs the pink, he doesn't need the black, so can put everything into the pot here. This is for victory. And in it goes. Close frame, been a couple in the match, but it is a 3-0 win. Chang Bing-Yu. We'll see Stephen, we'll hear him anyway tomorrow.
52.
Now finally Craig can cannon that red away from the black, knowing that the frame is already safe.
Thank you.
Didn't cannon it quite the way he wanted to. Could play the black still, but he'd have to take the cue ball in and out of bulk to come back down for this red. Oh, this looks good if it runs. The angle is perfect. What a shot this is.
I thought Judd Trump hadn't entered this tournament.
60.
Ah, wonderful. Naughty snooker from Craig Steadman.
$61. 68.
Big frame coming up then. Steadman with a chance still to get to 7 points. Really putting the pressure on Wu Yize. Will have to beat Wang Yuchen. Misses the yellow. That was a fine break. It wasn't straightforward, but he kept it going. And Craig Steadman is in front against Kriyash Gerbaksani by 2 frames to 1.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor. Conqueror. Peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So we've got one more frame in this match, and it's a big one. Craig Steadman looking to win it and get to 7 points, and then really put the pressure on Wu Yize to, well, he'd have to beat Wang Yuchen if he is to win this group. Top seed, of course, coming in, Wu Yize. Kriyash Gerbaksani trying to get his first point of the day. I'm sure Wu Yize will be supporting him in that endeavour. Well, Dominic Dale has departed, but Phil is back for the rest of the evening, and it'll be quite a dramatic finish, Phil, to this group.
Yeah, I think to both groups now. Looked as though Ricky Walden was going to win the group on table 2, and he was denied by Stephen Hallworth, who then quickly lost 3-0 to Chang Bingyu. So questions to be answered there, and most certainly here as well. And yet for all of his angst in the first match, particularly today, Wu Yize remains, I think, a clear favourite.
No.
Well, the beauty of it is it's in his hands, isn't it? He goes out there knowing what he needs to do. But if this ends up a draw here, then Wang Yuchen can still win the group, because he can get to 6 points if he beats Wu Yize.
Tell you what, Dave, might not happen here because he might have been a little positionally unlucky. Yeah, nice of Gerbaksani though to get to 3 figures for the first time in a pro tournament. Already the week has produced several personal bests in the break building department, and I'm sure we're going to see some more.
He's been really unlucky. If he can't get through to pot this, you know, he played such a positive shot. Talking fine margins. He's got it.
17.
Well done.
Now that will hurt Steadman. He looked away in disgust, did Gerbaksani, which gave Steadman the impression he couldn't see that red, and then he goes and knocks it in sweet as a nut.
Yeah, and Steadman will be concerned because, of course, he's seen him make the century. Look at the table here. It's far better set up than it was when Craig Steadman himself made that break in the last frame. Black and blue basically out of commission from pretty much all of it.
The veterans, Milkins and Walden, have begun on table 2, and we'll keep you right up to speed with that, of course.
It's frightening, you know. Ricky, you call Ricky Walden a veteran. I remember when he was one of the young players of distinction. You know, they had that scheme for the up-and-comers.
I might be proved conclusively incorrect, but I just got a feeling, you know, having had that 4th frame and therefore the group win snatched away from him by Stephen Hallworth in his penultimate match, Walden, I've just got a feeling that Milkins is going to win this one and steal it at the death.
Well, meanwhile, what a miss that was. Out of nowhere. Don't know whether he just took his eye off it or what, but that was unexpected. Such a fantastic chance to make another frame-winning break, and that chance passes to Craig Steadman. Yeah, I think Milkins is one of the last people you want to draw in a match like this, because we know what he's capable of. He could win that in half an hour, Rob, 3-0. That wouldn't be a shock.
We're going to see very little of Craig Steadman on the Pro Tour this season. That's just a matter of fact because of his lowly position on the qualifying school order of merit.
4.
But he's certainly making the best of this.
I think he's a bit like Stuart Bingham, isn't he? You know, if there's a tournament to play in, he'll play in it, and there's a lot to be said for that. Proper snooker man. Barry Pinches, Peter Lyons, these sort of people just love the game, love playing. And, you know, they don't look down the nose at any events. He'll work hard the next year to try and get his tour card back. Various routes through the Q Tour and the various European amateurs, World Amateur. Of course, Q School if it comes to that. Such a, you know, it's that word that we don't like to use, but it applies. Careless miss from Gerbazani, because the balls really were at his mercy, and that's why Steadman's now, he's a big favourite to win the frame.
Yeah, the word careless, I think it does apply on occasions, not as many as you might hear, but yeah, that definitely, for me, was classified as a careless miss. Of course, most balls are missed because they care too much.
It really just means not giving it proper focus.
Two.
That could have been
Craig Steadman, 32.
the ball that glued everything together to the frame. Back in the melting pot.
Well, just hit that all wrong. It's been a bit of a mixed bag, hasn't it, from Gerbiksani. Steadman then with another potential opening. This could be the winning break if this initial red goes in.
Well,
His heart would have been in his mouth there as that red approached the pocket. It caught a portion of the far jaw, but still it was accommodated.
It's going to be 1-0 to Robert Milkins. He's already on a 74 break. Well, 81 now, only 59 on, so he's started the match in the way he can, just in no time at all.
5.
Well, if he does win this frame, at the very worst, he's going to finish in second place. So we'll get £2,000. But of course, he's hoping that Wang Yu-chen does him some sort of favour, and Craig Steadman will not only pick up 3,000, but he'll be coming back for stage 2. Milkins has made a century. He only made 4 centuries last season, so he's already made 1 in this group of Championship League.
Yeah, if he wins that match, he would be the second player this week after Yao Peng Cheng to win a group with 5 points. Not common.
Well, these two reds still need dealing with. This is the shot now, isn't it, to get on this last red. Milkins a 137 total clearance. Nonchalant as you like next door. Now then, where's this cue ball?
$25.
Well, he's got some sort of shot at the red. Could have been better, I guess. Just a bit of classic sort of betwixt and between. Just a bit close to it. May prefer the safety. But it is red in colour to win the match. Problem is, there's nothing safe. Were he to leave the red on, he could have the frame stolen from him.
Yeah, so as Dave mentioned earlier, Wang Yuchen now on the threshold of being eliminated. But he remains on the threshold because the red isn't in. And look at the remaining balls here. What an opportunity for a clearance. Is it going to be a case like Ricky Walden of so near and yet so far?
Well, missed it, nearly fluked it as he covered it. No. Any colour will do.
One.
So it looks very much like Craig Steadman, after all, is going to get the win. And still, that means, of course, he can win this group. It all depends on the last match. Been a roller coaster day. It started, didn't it, in that second frame though against Wu Yiza, because he looked like he was going to get blown away in that match, but winning that after needing the snooker was the start of what's been a terrific day for him. He's done everything he can. He's now got to wait and see what happens in the last match. 2 snookers needed here, otherwise it's a 3-1 win for Craig Steadman.
Craig Steadman 6. Frame conceded.
Frame conceded, Dave.
Yeah, in fact, Gerbiczany doesn't fancy it. He made his first century on the World Snooker Tour. That was good to see. He had his chance there to level at 2-2, but it is Craig Steadman who wins by 3 frames to 1. So Steadman on 7 points, and now he waits to see what happens. Wu Yiza will have to beat Wang Yuchen, otherwise Craig Steadman is the winner of this group. We'll have that match for you very shortly.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Arena looks just spectacular, and I cannot wait for you all to see it.
Lulus, don't worry. Yeah, but plenty of guys that need to be ready. We're the champions. You need to come take it. I mean, you want to follow me in there now? Yeah, I know you're ready. All we've been doing. Can you speak English, but please speak? Because I ain't sure what you said.
We are guaranteed 4 phenomenal days of action right here in Florida. Drama is certainly guaranteed in front of a hugely raucous crowd. The American fans really get into the spirit.
Nine-ball fans all around the world. There's so much history, so much prestige, and it all comes down to this.
So much action lies ahead at the Caribe Royale in Orlando, Florida.
We're back at the Harrah's Resort in Atlantic City for the US Open. It is one of the most prestigious events in the calendar.
Record breakers, history makers, it's that time. Let's play 9-ball.
Nine-ball pulls on the growth.
And the governor gets on the board.
Next year's prize money in the US Open is going to be $500,000.
The man they call the Ghost has left everyone for dead.
We will take this sport to places it's never been, and that's a bloody guarantee.
You can never guarantee it. Sometimes we are disappointed. But today, yes, this group does come down to the final match. Krish Gubazani and Wang Yuchen, they can't top the table, but Wang, with a victory over Wu Yize, could finish second and do Craig Steadman an immense favour. If Wu Yize wins the match, though, he will advance. I think it's perfectly set up, and bear in mind that in one match today, Wang made 140 break and 109. In another, he put together a 125 break. So although Wu Yize, because of his far superior world ranking and experience, would be considered favourite, there's a big difference, Dave Hendon, between a favourite and a certainty.
Absolutely. It's going to be intriguing. But at least Wu Yize knows what he has to do. Ricky Walden is at the table here in frame 2. 1-0 down to Robert Milk. He made a century in the first frame, but Walden on a break of 41 here. Good chance this. He played well today, but obviously was disappointed to only draw that match with Stephen Hallworth from 2-0 up. But
42.
Of course, he only needs a draw here to win the group.
Yeah, after beating Chang Ping-yu 3-1 first up, Walden, he then only needed to beat Hallworth, and as you say, he was 2-0 up and 2-1 up. In the fourth frame, 51 ahead, and Stephen cleared up with 79, so he was very close to doing enough. Now he's got his work cut out, has to draw this match. We'll keep you informed of Walden Milkins.
First frame, Wang Yuchen to break.
Here it's China against Hong Kong.
Wu is a player very highly rated, understandably, because he was in 2 ranking finals last season. World number 20, so on the cusp of a place in the top 16, and he's only 21 years of age.
Yeah, those 2 finals, Dave, had a very different feel, didn't they? In one, he was very much the underdog and he acquitted himself brilliantly. In the other, he was favourite and he, to a certain level, disappointed.
He was poor against Le Pei Fan in Scotland, yeah. In the English Open, of course, he was 8-2 down to Neil Robertson. It looked like an early night, and then he unleashed an absolute barrage of wonderful pots and breaks. It was absolutely frightening, actually. In no time at all, it was 8-7, but then Robertson... There was a long standoff at the start of frame 16. Balls all in the middle of the table. Robertson won the safety battle and made a winning break. So that's why I think it was a surprise he played as poorly as he did in that Scottish final, but finals just have different feels to them than the other matches. And as you say, he was the favourite. Maybe that was a factor. It's very early in the season, but we have, thanks to Matt Hewitt, the rankings man, various provisional ranking lists. As Wang Yuchen takes that red on. And the race to the Crucible, so this is all the points coming off. Obviously doesn't include any points going on, but all the points that have come off during the season gives us a provisional list of who's in good shape to be seeded at the Crucible. Wu Giza on that is 15th, so as it stands right now, he wouldn't have to qualify. A lot can happen, and will happen. Ronnie O'Sullivan is 17th, by the way, on that, and Mark Allen 18th, so some big hitters needing to do something during the season. But that's because of the points coming off big tournaments they've won. You know, that's the only problem with the system, is those points will come off after 2 years. Ronnie O'Sullivan won the UK Championship and the World Grand Prix in that season.
One of his best assets, Wu Giza, is potting from distance, but that one could really backfire.
One.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I mean, Wang has scored very well today, 3 centuries. And he's only, of course, won 4 frames, so, you know, he's been scoring heavily in the frames he's been winning.
6. Seven.
There's another list, of course, the Tour Survival. Again, it's for early season. Wang Yuchen is 72nd on that, so top 64 stay on. He's within range, isn't he? He's not like he's down in the hundreds. But we'll need to start producing the goods in various tournaments. Robert Milkins actually is a place
12.
above him, 71, so he could be, well, he will need to, again, pull his socks up. Anthony McGill, 59th, but as I say, it's very early season yet.
13.
Good stuff on table 2. Ricky Walden has just equalised with a break of 121. 1-1 against Milkins in the group decider over there.
Yeah, so Walden needs a frame, doesn't he, to win the group.
That was poor.
21.
Didn't just graze the brown, he caught it quite lustily. Then the yellow's an impediment.
25. On your chin, 25.
Well, it's quite a result, actually, isn't it? Can he cut this red back?
Theoretically, yes. Practically, a toughie.
Well, he sort of was full-blooded about it, but he's left the red in the jaws. Well, I say that it wasn't hanging in the jaws, was it? He still needed to be accurate, and he wasn't.
It's early on, but I tell you what, already I'm getting a vibe that Wang isn't as intense as he has been in his previous 2 matches. I think he's a little dejected he can't top the table, and
1.
maybe that's going to be a really good thing for Wu.
Maybe not quite so good for Craig Steadman. Wu Yize, of course, has had to play already in the Wuhan qualifying, even though he's from China. Had to play over here. Lost to Louis Heathcote 5-2. Louis' birthday today, 28. I hope for his sake he's not watching right now. I hope maybe got better things to do, but great win for him. And I believe he is working with Anthony Hamilton, who of course is retired, having fallen off the tour after 34 years. But what a great person to have in your corner.
Yeah, I can't think of many better.
11. 12.
I think a lot of people felt he had a very good chance of beating Mark Williams in round 1 at the Crucible, because of course Mark, coming into the event, was struggling and talking about his eyesight being an issue. But he played terrifically well at the end of that match, did Mark Williams, and of course got all the way to the final at the age of 50. That's one record, Phil, that I think is going to go this season. Ray Reardon's record oldest ranking winner. He was just over 50.
16.
We've got Mark and John Higgins, and later in the season Ronnie O'Sullivan turns 50. It's going to go, isn't it?
Yeah, teetering on the brink, I think, that record.
17.
Well, I'm sure the great man, of course, he passed away last year, but he would be very proud if one of those 3 were to do it. He's good friends with Ronnie, obviously Mark as well, fellow Welshman, fully respected John. So if someone's going to do it, it might as well be another legend.
24.
Let's put it this way, the record for the oldest ranking event winner looks far more likely to go than the record for the youngest ranking event winner, which remains Ronnie O'Sullivan. Won the UK a week short of his 17th birthday. Week short of his 18th birthday, I should say. What an achievement.
It's true, although actually Yan Bingtao, wasn't he? He was only a frame from doing it at that Northern Ireland Open back in 2017. Anyway, focus on this now, and Wu Yize are looking confident.
33.
Definitely
40.
something about him. He doesn't speak great English. It's hard, obviously, to interview him in a different tongue, but there's
41.
definite personality about him. I thought that in the English Open final, he was getting involved with the crowd. They were really on his side, actually, as he was roaring back.
Technically, he's got a very wide bridge hand. Look at that, splayed all over the bays.
$49.
Don't know what the intention was there. It certainly wasn't that.
We use a 56.
Useful lead, but by no means decisive. Not too many insurance policies on the table for Wu. The pink being close to the ball cushion, obviously in his favour. But a clearance. Well, it was there, but now he's back, dictating.
Well, he still has the green. Blue and yellow messing each other up. This is a lead by 31, so another red and a big colour required. Little cannon. Not quite. He seems to be taller every time I see him. He's a bit of a giant, isn't he? Quite imposing around the table.
I think some of his tactical play is still a little, I think naive is too strong a word, but he needs rounding out in that department, and that was a clear example. Not good. Not good, and it could be expensive.
It just seemed very little thought went into it. But he'll be thinking about it if he loses a frame from that shot. Because he's sort of running out of road. He would have to win the last 3 frames to win this group.
8.
Meanwhile, Ricky Walden looks like he's about to win the frame that requires to win the group. Snooker's required there for Milkins. He's played well today, Walden. He had that 1-4-3. That's his highest break on tour in 14 years. And well, just a very dedicated professional. He's had health problems over the years, but he's one of these people, and there's lots of them on tour, who you just know, you don't even have to look for his name, you know he'll be in the tournament doing his best.
Thank you. 76.
Yeah, sometimes with these groups, you think back on the day and
18.
You come to the conclusion that the best player occasionally doesn't win the group. Walden's been the best player in that group, but he's going to get his just desserts. Oh!
On your chin, 18.
Unlike that shot. Unlike that shot.
4.
Look at this. The finest of cuts. And the white goes in like a rabbit down a hole. And so Wu is at 17 in front. It means he needs green from hand plus brown.
Great. Seven.
Well, Williams' bad safety in the end didn't cost him, and he remains favourite to win this group because it's in his hands. He needs another 2 frames tonight, and he'll be coming back in a couple of weeks.
Is it 18?
Yeah, 1 down, 2 to go for Wu Yize. It was all about the green. It was a good pot from Wang, but when the white went in, I think it sealed his fate.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
Day 4 of the BetVictor Championship League is drawing to a close. We know one of the group winners today will be Ricky Walden. Congratulations to him. But we don't know the other group winner. I suspect the way the first frame went, Wu Yiza will be greatly fancying his chances.
Yes, a reminder, he has to win the match. The fact he beat Gurbasani 3-0 is in his favour, the frame difference. So victory, and we wouldn't go to high breaks or anything like that.
One.
Slight sort of look of ruefulness that he somehow didn't land on a colour there. It's hard to predict, though, how players who are sort of rising stars and they show potential early on, how they progress. You look at Sergio Way, he got in the top 16 quite early last season, but then he seemed to really struggle. He's been in a final, did well in Saudi, got to the semis. That got him in the 16, and then basically did nothing until the World Championship, where he did get to the quarterfinals. But maybe, you know, with some players, when they reach the 16, they just, in their own mind, feel that, okay, now I've made it, I've got to make sure I stay here, and it just puts them under a little bit more pressure as Wu Yiza lines up another long one. Just doesn't seem to miss those. I mean, that's not an easy shot, is it? But it seems it is to him.
Yes, and he's so confident there's no hesitation taking it on. This is a big ball. Again, played with supreme confidence.
8.
As the season starts, there are 10 Chinese players in the top 32 in the world, and I think even more significant, most of them are in the 20s. So
9.
It's not only strength in depth, it's actually time on their side as well. A lot of the established British players are much older. You know, we think of Judd Trump as a young man, in many ways he is, 16. But he's 36 next month.
Surprising miss.
16.
Not easy, that red, but less pressure on it than the black he knocked in a little earlier.
One. Eight. 9. 16. 17. 24. 25.
One of those players who chalks his cue, then puts the chalk on the cushion rail. Not a great look for me, that, actually.
Hurt.
Yeah, there's a few players that do it. It's, as you say, it's an acquired taste. Ricky Walden's 1-3-1 against Robert Milkins. A very quick last frame because there was nothing on it, really, for either player. As Wang misses that one. He doesn't seem particularly zoned into me, and he was earlier, but now he can't win the group, although he can still finish second. He doesn't seem as focused.
Yeah, exactly what I said. That was the vibe that he created, well, maybe halfway through the opening frame. And of course, Wu will pick up on that vibe as well. Well, let's see if another bad miss proves costly.
What? Six. 7. 11.
And this is sort of shot that does require focus. He just needs to make sure he gives this everything. And he did.
12. 18.
Is there a positional gap? If there isn't, it's all about the plant, which is negotiated
19.
nicely.
$26. Yuchen, 26.
Well, two things about that shot that were beneficial to Wu. Wang missing the red, and then the red going across the ball cushion and removing the green. And making it more potable, but first you've got to pot the opening red. Wu struggling.
Getting help though, isn't he? Wang unable to punish. So 39 in it.
1.
Yeah, I think if Craig Steadman is watching this, he won't be enjoying it.
Four. 5.
Now he just grazed the red on the way through. Does that make the one on the right-hand side, the top one, available? Yes, it does. And of course, by potting this, the other one will be freed.
12.
Clearance alert.
13.
You'd be disappointed, I think, not to win the frame here now.
$21.
Hard to see it going wrong now. And it will leave Wu Yize, of course, a frame from winning this group after all. He's not been at his brilliant best today. There's been flashes of it. He's a player, though, he's gaining a reputation. You know, the other players are aware of him. You hear top players talking about him, so he's on their radar, which tells you he is a danger man.
35. $40.
Wu missed several balls, but so did Wang.
He's a 53.
And that's why, with a 53 clearance, Wu Yize steals the second frame on the final black. It is 2-0. He needs one of the next two frames to justify top seeding in the group.
What do you need to become a champion? Vision, drive, discipline, finesse. But what about a world champion? Victor, conqueror, peerless. The history.
Reyes is the champion of the world. It's the king of the 9-ball ring.
The biggest prize. The crown jewel of 9-ball. A return to the kingdom where a champion will rise. The World Pool Championship.
So far in the BetVictor Championship League, 7 groups have been completed. The top seed in 4 of them has proved successful, including Ricky Walden today. It's going to be 5 out of 8 in the shape of Wu Yize. Everything suggests it will be. Well, that was a very poor safety. Especially considering Wu's potent potting from distance. But he's not firing, as Dave said. Not firing even though he's 2-0 ahead. Even though he's on the cusp of winning the group. He's not anywhere near his best.
Well. Six. Seven.
Question here, can Wang win this frame and take the group to its final frame?
Yeah, I mean, he might be a bit demotivated,
21.
but I think in this situation it's natural for any player to just want to make a big break. Why not?
Eight. 29.
Oh, he's played a lovely shot here. And now the frame at his mercy.
Yes, at the start of the match, Wang, with a victory, could have gone into second place in the group at Wu's expense. Now, regardless of what happens, he knows he's going to be third either way. And there's just no vim and vigour there.
Well, no, he played a good shot prior to that to get into them. He's just missed the red. I think he would have potted that. It's hard to see it going wrong. Well, he's going to get another chance potentially, depending on where this white finishes. Well, Wu Yize has been fortunate, really. Well, the red still went through the gap, just didn't pot it. So this is Wu's chance to get this one. Work's been done for him, I guess. One red safe, but it's a good chance nonetheless to wrap things up.
One.
Now, when you get to this level, this kind of scoring opportunity, predominantly, it's about concentration.
6.
I think it would be a stretch to say he would be battling nerves.
7.
Scoring, though, is something that really has improved for Wu Yizu. He's made 81 centuries in his career, 44 of them last season. So more than half his career centuries he made last season. 44, that put him
14.
right up near the top of the list. Obviously, Judd Trump was over 100, but you know, that's mixing it with the other top players.
15.
Yeah, you're right. Historically, anything over 40, top notch.
The bonus is on again, Phil. Ooh, but the pink's not in. I was going to say the 100,000 bonus, but that's a shocking miss, really.
Well, we were both chatting there because we naturally assumed he was going to knock in the pink. That was arguably the worst miss of the day, followed by another one.
Yeah, well, he's been very lucky in this match, I think, Wu Yizu, that Wang just isn't really switched on. He's just been handed openings. He's not really earning them. Been handed another one.
1.
You know, it might be that he wins 2-3 nils, but you couldn't say he's been the dominant player. He might be the winner of the group, but
8.
he's not dominated.
Yes, certain players this week have dominated. Yuan Sejun, Stephen Maguire, Matthew Selt. Not the case with
9.
Wu again. Surrenders position. How many chances does he need?
Yellow ball. Who is the 9?
Perhaps could have played a more telling safety there, but he didn't want to put the yellow safe.
One.
Well, that made a lovely noise, didn't it? So let's see if we can just keep a bit more control here. He's sort of limping towards the winning line, isn't he? Still seems likely he'll get there.
8.
So the black will take Wu in front in the frame.
$16. Who is 16? Wow.
Wang is just posing no threat.
No, this wasn't a dead match for Wang Yuchen coming in. He could have got second in the group, an extra 1,000. And when you're struggling to stay on tour, that could be golden in terms of points. But he kind of played it like it is. And as I say, Wu Yi's has just been given openings. He still obviously needs this last red. This is now, I guess, the last stumbling block. Looking to just shift it here from the side cushion, which he's done nicely. So looking good to complete victory. He's certainly an asset to the event, and okay, he's not played great today, but he'll be a threat coming back, assuming he is in a couple of weeks' time, because he seems a very confident character.
11.
Yes, and with the disappearance of that red, even though he's been prone to error, you can't imagine he will fail here.
16. 18.
Well, he just wasn't put under pressure, was he? I mean, he hasn't played great in the match, but he's done enough, and that's all you need to do. Craig Steadman has had a good day, but has just missed out
21.
here.
Yeah, you can't help feel a little sorry for Craig Steadman. I thought he
25.
performed really well. Of course, he's accrued 7 points today and finished second. The way it works, we've had a group winner earlier this week who only managed to get 5 points. That's how the cookie crumbles in this format.
With the 36 remaining match.
And for Wu, that will do. So, a 3-0 win in his closing match. He was shaken early on by Craig Steadman, who won that frame. The second frame, after needing a snooker, it ended up a 2-all draw. That meant we thought Wu would need to win his last couple of matches, and he did so. And that's why the top seed in this group is through. 7 points for Wu. He's through because he's got a superior frames won record. Craig Steadman is the group runner-up, despite getting a very respectable 7 points. Wang Yuchen in third. Krish Gubazani made his first century as a professional, but he goes home with no prize money and no ranking points. So that's it for today. Day 5 tomorrow features Zhang Anda, George Pragnell, Kai Wei Chung. It's a really good group with Chris Totten as well. Group 2, that is. That's on the main table. Leon Crowley, He Guo Kwang, Ngo On-yi and Daniel Wells will compete over on table 2 as well. Until 12 o'clock noon tomorrow, it's goodbye from Leicester.